get right to it. Getting my haircut today, finally. I can't wait. Hair's getting so long around like my ears and stuff. Like it needs just a little bit of a trim. It's getting crazy long. Not a lot going on today. Honestly, we've got a couple of new tickers to look at. Hi-ho from yesterday, SLGB, Kids as a former runner. We've seen these plays before. Then the crazy one from yesterday, ZYBT. I'm not seeing anything new hit the board here recently that's worth looking at. Literally the last stock to hit the high of day momentum scanner was UTS, and then that play's just going to sit out to the right all day long because it's been in it's like an acquisition of it's UTS like the chips that you see, but it's been acquired for $14.25 a share. Well, we're at $14.25 a share, so that ain't going nowhere. Really slow out. Really slow out today. Looking like it's going to be maybe another day a lot like yesterday. So let's get to these. Yeah, it's an acquisition deal. So always look at the news, guys. Always look at the news first. And when you see that chart go straight up and sideways, well, there's a reason why it's going sideways. It won't do anything the rest of the day. You can go eat 5 bags of chips of UTS before that thing does anything. All right, good morning, team. Let's get straight to it. We got ZYBT, SLGB, Hi-Ho, Kids, and then SkyQ. Those would be the 5 tickers I'm looking at today so far. With ZYBT probably still going to steal the mob, the crazy play from yesterday that went sub $1 all the way to $11.40 right at the closing bell as it was halted up into the bell the last half hour of the day and then gapped up and had a crazy spike and then sold all back. And then we've had some good moves. And again, this morning is my point. I mean, as in after hours, we had some good moves, but then again this morning. But that's probably where the Bob's going to be at today, most likely overall, is going to be that stupid ZYBT play. And to that goofy ZYBT play, we have 2 levels that are working out really nicely. I put lines in yesterday to see if we'd hold, and we're actually using them really well. 335 area would be your first line. 260-ish area, your second line, and all the way back down around 190-ish or so, your other line for support. Now on the way up, resistance coming in right around 470. Again at 510 to 520. Now over 510, 520, that's to me where this thing can take off. Watch for a spike to 6. Over 6 to 665. Over that to 720. Over 720 to 830, and over that to around pre-market high. Then over in pre-market high, watch for this to maybe spike back into that 1150 handle from yesterday. And there's some levels for ZYBT. Over to your true number 1 top gainer this morning. I think it's over to Kids, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Kids here. Working with small floats again today. Nothing new on that. So KIDZ, Kids, has support. We see that double bottom, beautiful bounce in pre-market right around 95 cents or so is the main support. We'll call it 95 to 90 cents. If that cracks, it probably fades right back on off to my lower VWAP band right around the mid 70 cent area. BEA beautiful downtrend this morning. So this downtrend has just been hitting all the way from high of day. For the last hour plus, this downtrend has been working. So a break of the downtrend, watch for a pop up to 120. Maybe to that 130 handle, upper VWAP band's flat as a board and actually starting to come down into the 130 handle now and actually caving downward, which is not good. If we get over pre-market high, this has spiked recently earlier in July to 170. Over 170, watch for a spike to 190 to 195, and then over that to maybe 205 to 210 for Kids. Over to SLGB, base support found its way all the way back down at 92 cents. On the way up, 105 resistance area to 110. Over that at 120. Over 120 with weekend to 140. Over 140, even more room than to 170. It's like we go 10, 20, 30 cent intervals. And then over 170, watch for that 190 upper shadow upper shadow and upper wick there in pre-market. Over 190. This play has spiked up here recently back in, I remember this, that's right, back in early June. This was one of those plays that went from like 1 to 12 all the way back down to 1 and then didn't do anything the rest of the day. I have a good feeling that if we do that today, SLGB will do the same exact thing. Over 190, I do have forever lines in at all the way up where this is spiked back up earlier this year. So over 190, watch for a spike up to 240, over 240 to 385. Over that, I say 285 to 3 would be your main resistance on the way up for SLGB. I'll update you if this somehow does get over that. Over to hi-ho, H-I-H-O, hi-ho, hi-ho. It's an ugly chart, you know. Hi-ho, hi-ho. It's ugly as can be. 120 resistance, or support. 120 is the main support. Under 120, watch for the crack back down to 1. Resistance comes in at 150. Again, at 1, we'll go 1, we're really 150 to 155. Then we have after hours high at 170, and then pre-market highs right around 185 to 190. Definitely seems like a double, triple, quadruple top of ticker that we're working with today. Now, if we get over pre-market high, which is 190, watch for a spike up today to 220, and that's your 52-week high. Over to SkyQ. Going to be getting over 5 and holding is going to be key. Remember SkyQ, we've been looking at this play quite a bit over the past few weeks and had a beautiful ascending triangle really forming. If you go to your 4-hour chart, it was ascending up and ascending up, back up to that 430 resistance handle. And now that's what we're trying to hold, is going to be that 430. I have a forever line at 435. If we crack it, watch for a move down to yesterday's main support, then at 415. On the way up, we see the new resistance is coming in at 5 to 515. Over 5 to 515, I've got forever lines in. Next one comes in at 6. Over 6 to 640, and over 640 up to 7 for SkyQ. Those are going to be your main movers today that you will be looking at. Nothing has hit the high of day momentum scanner since UTS, the chip company, and that's just an acquisition deal, $14.25 a share. Ain't going nowhere. That thing will sit sideways, super sideways. See if we have other plays pop up today. Other than that, this is your main run-of-the-mill for the tickers. We don't have a lot of gappers. Kids is your main gapper up over 100%. SLGB's back down under 100%. And those are both at that $1 handle. So we know those usually don't really do too much unless you're a ZYBT and have no news and just decide to go Banana Joe's like this play did yesterday. Wow, it is slow out. All right, let's go to the large babies. Spy, choppy, chop suey. I really feel we're gonna, in my normal high and low are gonna stay within the last couple of days of trading. Friday's low, Monday's high, almost equaling each other out as far as when you look at the charts, almost perfectly balanced out here. So over pre-market high in 46.50, watch the move to 47. That's yesterday's major reversal midway through the day and high from Friday. Excuse me, normal high of day to 747. Ultimate high of day goes back to yesterday's high, really close to 748.75, rolling to 749. On the way down today, under pre-market low, watch for a bounce at 743.65. For below that, watch for a crack back down to 742.50. 742.50 to around 742, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes to after hours lows, and Friday's low, which is 741. Now, the one move that I would say has a better chance would be a move back over 748.75. That takes it up to 750. Apple really tight this morning, looking good. Back under Monday's low of day. We're just running into last Monday's high. So we have essentially under, I would say watch for a crack under 323.50. That's almost yesterday's low, and that's right on the dot from last Monday's high over a week ago. If we crack that, watch for immediate move to 322.50. And if we crack 322.50, watch out for some dumpage all the way down to 320. I'm going to say we hold these base lows of 323.50. Normal low there. Ultimate low goes all the way down to 320. On the way up today, watch for the move back over 325.50. That'll push its way back up to 326.90. Over 26.90, we go up to last Wednesday's high of 28.75 area. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day pushes back into that big reversal. Actually, I'll go a little bit higher. Normal high goes into that big reversal at power hour, the low from Friday, right around 329.50 to 329.75. Ultimate high of day pushes it back up to 331.50 area. Hold on 1 second there, team. All right, back. Because a man. All right. Sweet. All right, back to more large cap plays here. AM Dizzle. You saw yesterday. That's why I was kind of I think I moved away from that yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. I did give him levels actually on AMD yesterday. I didn't know if I did or not, but it was a really ugly day yesterday. On the way over pre-market high, 2650. Watch for moving to around pre-market high of yesterday in some reversal area from last Wednesday into Thursday pre-market, which would be putting that right around the 3250 mark. I'll go over pre-market high in 27. Watch for the move up to 3250. Right around 32. We'll call it 3250 to 3350. Somewhere in there for your normal high of day. I'll say today we get off our ass and move. Ultimate high of day, watch for a move up all the way to 340. Just looks like it has it set up today to get a nice pop the way we're structured here in pre-market. On the way down today, zoomed in a tad too tight. Let's go to right there. On the way down today, the best support's going to be most likely at right around the 50, I think I was saying 507.75 to around 506-ish areas where I see a lot of demand. I know it's a big area. Comes from the high from Friday, major support from yesterday, which is right around 506, and then goes up to right around 507. That seems to be the best support on the way down today, but that's so far away. And of course, we go back to past chart history. AMD was bouncing at that low 500s over and over and over. Now, before that, I would say watch for a bounce off of last Thursday's high, yesterday's main resistance, which is right around 517.30. And we also have support right around we'll call it 510, last Wednesday's low. I like this to the top side. To the bottom side and bounces, and even for the short, it has a lot of chart to get through, so I'm not a big fan of it. I would say your normal low of day is going to come off yesterday's main resistance at 517 to 517.50. That's last Thursday's high. Ultimate low of day goes to 510 or so. Over to ARM, moving its way on up. Finally, that bottom most likely at 240s on Friday. We're ramping back up. Looks pretty similar to AMD this morning, like yesterday into this morning. Over pre-market high, watch for a spike into last Wednesday's high of 288.30. Yesterday was really tight, just like AMD was. I think today we get off our ass and move to 88.30-ish area, 288.50, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes to 293. On the way down today, watch for support right around 277.50. That'll be your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day that goes down to 272.50. Google Alphabet has earnings tomorrow. We'll definitely talk more about that when we get to tomorrow. Our big day of earnings really starts up tomorrow. Wonky chart, boy. We just can't figure out where Google is going. We have great days up, and then we're right back on down. It just cannot figure out. And then we've got really ugly days like last Monday and last Friday. On the way down today, the next support I see is going to be right around 348.20 area. So under pre-market low, watch for move to 348.20. Under that, we go down to 346.50. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day then heads down to... Are we going to have an ugly tight day? I think we're going to have a tight day, though. I think this one's going to have a tighter, uglier day. So I'm going to go normal low of day at 48.20. Ultimate low of day 46.50. On the way up today, resistance is going to come in right around the 52.80 mark. Over 352.80, watch for a move up to 354. We'll call it 355. Actually, I'm going to go tighter than that for a tighter day. Last week's... Okay, yeah. So normal high of day is going to come in at, we'll call it 55, 355. Yeah. Ultimate high of day then goes back up just over pre-market high to fake out some traders for a long little bull trap up to 57.50. Meta, watch for this to punch back through 655 today. Normal high is at 655. Essentially right around, we'll call it actually same kind of thing. Watch for Google where it pops right over the reversal and high from Friday and Monday. we go to 6, because we've been trapped in this right around 652.50 to 653. Watch for move up today to 655 for your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day, we have a great move all the way up through to around the 660 mark. Over 660, watch for move up to 662.50 to 663 for your ultimate high of day. On the way down, 645.50 is your main support. If we crack that, watch for move to 642.50, normal low of day there. Under 42.50, watch for move back down, and we break this higher low pattern from the last couple of days and go all the way back down to yesterday's low of 636. Microsoft definitely in channel mode. It likes to do this. On the way up from Microsoft, resistance is coming in at 699.60. I mean, 399.60. Over 399.60. Watch for a pop up to 485 cents. Over that, we go up to 401.80 cents. Over 401.80, we go up to yesterday's high, 402.50. Normal high of day there. I want to split the difference between yesterday's high and last Thursday's high, which is 406. So between 402.50 and 406, we'd land right around 404.35. On the way down today, we just bounced off what is going to be our support, 397. If we crack 397, watch for a move down today to 396 to 395.80. That's your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then heads back down to last Monday's high of 393.50. MSCER is on watch over 102 today. Over 102, watch for the breakout and continuation back on up to 103.50. Normal high of day there and maybe 104. Over 103.50 to 104, this pops to 104.75. And over that up to 105.80 for your ultimate high of day. Don't like this back to the bottom side. There's a lot of chart to run back into now at this point. Main support, those coming in at 160 cents. Below that, down around the 99.50 mark. Again at 98.50, and then down at the bottom at 97.75. NVDA's gotten ugly, very, very choppy. Although it's either head and shoulders we create with Friday being the shoulder, Monday being the head. Today we could create another shoulder. So over 206.60, then we break that pattern and we go all the way up to yesterday's high of 207.75. I'm going to say normal high of day is right here at Friday's high, 206.60. Ultimate high of day goes up to yesterday's high of 207.70, and we break that, and we continue all the way up to 209.70. On the way down today, if we do create a head and shoulders off of Friday's high, support on the way down comes in 205. Under 205, watch for the move down to around 204.20 to 204. That'll be your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day cracks back down to 203 to 203.15, and then ultimately landing at 202.30 for your ultimate low of day. All right, futures traders, here you go. Watch that squeeze as well over this 706 mark, 706.20 pre-market high for the surge up to 708 to 708.20. Over 708.20, watch for the move to 710. Normal high of day there, the low from Wednesday of last week. Over 710, we go to 713, and the highs from Thursday, ultimate highs there. On the way down today, under 703.30, watch for the crack down to 701.60. 701, we'll call it 701.80-ish area. Last Friday's high, some dippage in pre-market. Under that, watch for a move down to 780 cents to 701. Under that, watch for the move down to 700. So we kind of running in these dollar increments here on the way down. I've got a lot of chart from the last 2 days to hold it up. I will say normal low of day is 701. We'll go 701.80 to 701.50. Ultimate low of day goes to 700, and then below that down to 698.75. 698.75 ultimate low of day. Tesla, give it to me, baby. I said Tesla back down to 300 before it sees 500, and I think I'm going to be right. Well, we have earnings, and that's going to be the key tomorrow. Under yesterday's low, though, we'll just call it 369. Watch for some more dumpage. Under 369, we've got Dump City here on watch for NVDA. Under that mark, watch for move down to not Tesla. My bad, Tesla. So under pre-market low, we'll call or yesterday's. What is it? Go back to it real quickly. Yesterday's low, 369.25. Under 369.25, we got to do some divvying out and try and find where we're going to go to. Watch for an immediate move to 367. Normal low of day there. Ultimate lows go down to 364. If we crack that, we're heading down to 362 for Tesla. On the way up today, we got to get back over that massive reversal from pre-market high 374.65, 374.70. That'll be your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes back up to 377 in that double reversal. We had yesterday a couple of big upper shadows and reversals, and almost the low from Friday, right there at that 377 mark. Ultimate high is there. Well, with the trade at the bell, Tesla looks like it wants to crack back on down. That definitely looks like it wants to dump, so watch for that under yesterday's low. Q's on high watch here with a few other plays. Q's, AMD. I think those are going to be your main ones. Q's, AMD are going to be your main ones that watch for that pop right out of the gate. Meta and NVDA also on watch, right? Meta has that double top look or the triple top look that could happen, or it's going to squeeze for more. Kind of the same thing for NVDA, triple top, but it's more of a head and shoulders. So watch for those to continue up as well. So I like Tesla down. There's a few others I like to the top side, but out of the gate, really, it's Q's watch for a spike. Tesla, watch for the dump. Oh, Q's and AMD watch for the spike. Tesla, watch for some more dump. But again, Tesla's not quite there. That's kind of like the Meta and NVDA where you have to let it get there, and let's see if we continue through that level. Anybody in chat? You guys it's like, it just turns, you guys show up and then it's just completely quiet. It's just like, no, and just everyone's like, listen to the teacher. For small caps, we are getting a little bit of a U-shape for SLGB, breaking that downtrend right around the dollar mark and U-shaping through that downtrend back up to around the 130 mark. Also at the downtrend, kids, KIDZ is at its downtrend right now, pushing, surging against it. We have Hi-Ho right in that same area. So we can't have three tickers right at the 1 to 130 mark, 140 mark, all run. It's just not going to happen. We'll watch for mob shift city between those three tickers, kids, Hi-Ho, and SLGB. It's going to happen today, and only one of them will get the mob. Who will have it and at least have some fun out of the gate? It's going to be ZYBT. I don't see still, and I'm going to refresh my screen here. I haven't had anything hit new high of day in the small cap sector since UTS, which was over an hour ago now. It's going to be that kind of a day, in my opinion, and also watch for former runners to possibly spike. It's low. We're here. You're good. I'm going to take my quick little break. I'm going to start doing the morning alerts a little bit earlier like I did today. Get back to doing them earlier so that I have you guys already rocking and rolling before the bell, and then I can take my quick little break here right before the bell and be back at the bell. So I'll be back here about 10 minutes from right now, right before the opening bell. See what we get today. Patience, there's nothing I like. Just nothing out of the gate here, honestly. If you're looking for dip buys, which I'll reiterate right before the opening bell of the morning alerts, like, hey, you got the 335, 340 area line still holding up. And then you got this bottom area right here at 92 cents for SLGB, right under $1. That's holding up really well. Same here at 95 cents, but that's not you can't take a bounce there, right? But I'll say, hey, watch for a make or break. Those are the three things to watch for. Make or break, it's pop or drop here for kids. I'll just go ahead and put those out there now. Potential trades here at the bell for at least small caps also. 330, 340 area. ZYBT, got that line in, holding up pretty well. That's your bounce area. SLGB, 93 cents, 92 cents, 95 cents. There's your bounce area for SLGB. And kids is make or break. It's either crack this $5 95 cent area for kids, or it's downtrend to VWAP break, where we break back up to 120, possibly 130. So those are your three things to look for into and at the bell. ZYBT bounce at around 340-ish area. SLGB bounce at around the 95 cent area. And kids make or break. It's downtrend break or it's crack 95 cents. All right, sweet. I am going to take a quick little break. Be back here in just a minute. VIVK out of nowhere is like, hey, watch this though, guys. I'm going to put a PR out 15 minutes before the opening bell, and you guys are going to go bananas on it. So this just came out with a PR with oil. I really can't stand when these plays do this. I'm like, could you not have done this like 20 minutes ago, maybe 30 minutes ago? You know? Oh, when does that come out? All right. Well, here comes VIVK out of nowhere there, right as I'm done giving alerts. Literally, I take my small little move out of the office right literally as this play comes out with a PR. Now, this is going to have the mob, and the bell does have new $700 million in annualized commercial activity. So that's pretty darn good dealing with crude oil. I think that's one of the biggest topics around the world here recently. Of course, our battle with Iran. Oil going up. Gas is going through the freaking roof, and I can't stand it with freaking two vehicles that take 93 grade. Anywho, or 91 minimum. We are building some support at 450. If we crack that, watch for move down to 365 and below that down at 320 support. On the way up, we have 560 resistance from pre-market high over 560. VIVK did reverse split, I think, here recently, possibly too as well. I do know, yeah, there was a reverse split here recently. So that's going to make charting all wonkasitos. And is wonkasito. Look at that chart right now, my reverse split. I don't even know what the hell I'm looking at. So we're just going natural here, team. I'm just going to go natural here for you. On the way up over 560. Watch for a move to 6, over 6 to 650, and then 7, right? 775, 750 area, 875, 10. We'll see where these levels do get built up, but on my reverse split chart, I have nothing for myself to actually chart with. So this could be barn burner-esque today. Another reason why, after all the reverse splits, which has probably had, who knows how many of these this has had throughout the years. I've seen VIVK before, just like SLG being kids. A hi-ho I've seen before. All the tickers we're looking at today, I've seen before. VIVK with the crazy low float now of 650 freaking K. This could be the barn burner today. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and just pull Zindu up because I'm going to say we get a halt right here out of the gate, and here it goes. Literally. Called this out. Oh, no, not halting. Not halting. Got very close there. Got very close to the LULD. VIVK is rolling. VIVK is rolling right now, team. VIVK is rolling. Got the news. It's got the moves right here. It's a flying. VIVK here, team, is rocking. It's a rolling. It's a rocking and a reeling. Bob Baran. Not halting up, though. She's not getting the halt. I'm surprised they're not letting it halt right now. 450 is the dip. You could take a 550 off a pre-market high. Those are going to be your two areas. It's really hard to try to do retracements today for a bounce. 560 into 4. You could call it that. Just call this essentially a dollar pullback, so that would take it back down to 550. So you could risk the 550 area here if you wanted to for the dip buy. Again, what's happened to us recently? Here we go, halting down. Here goes ZYBT doing the halt show here. ZYBT is doing the halt show. All right, there's your spike out of the gate. Right now, 450 is still your main support off that VWAP. We are running the new high of day, but this play is not halting though. I'm a little surprised, and what has happened to me lately. I've been sitting on my hands when I trade right here out of the gate on bounce plays. They haven't been bouncing where I've been wanting them to, and we've worked out in different areas, and I get better trades later on. So I'm still sitting on my hands. ZYBT halted down. This is probably going to turn into a halt fest and freak show like yesterday. So just be careful trading it. And then kids, it is a crack. So that downtrend, I mean, we've been running in that downtrend for 2 hours now. Traders are starting to give up, moving over to VIVK. Full on mob here is VIVK at the moment. Now, again, there's your 7 handle. Like I said, should run in 50 cent to $1 increments. So over 7, watch for move to 750, maybe up to 8. Wow. Well, it's just that one came out with news. Just jump in. I don't know if anyone jumped in there. This is definitely one of those pre-market movers where it comes out with news. If I would have been sitting here, I probably would have went just like, all right, guys, when these come out with news this early to the bell, like going 100 shares, I wouldn't make a lot from this, maybe still in like 5 shares or this 10 shares or just something and scaling out like right there, like every new high, scaling out 1 share at a time, just to kind of stab at it. That's it. There's no bounce plays really happening right now. There's really hasn't been a good short on this. So far at all. I mean, this one here again at 550, but who would have shorted at 550? I guess you add in at 5, but you did that. You didn't make much, and you barely made anything, and you were barely green. It's been long all the way, but it's been breakout. It's just been momentum. Good job, T-Web. Yeah, jumped in small gains. Yeah, that's just, it's one of those ones where you just got to kind of risk the biscuit, but if you do that, you got to go in smaller and just say, hey, who cares what I make? Just getting a piece of the pie, right? It's always fun action to get 50 cents, $1, whatever you get. Maybe you only make 60 bucks. Maybe you only make 80 bucks. Man, look at this right here. Big reversal. There goes kids. Kids right off that downtrend. Been failing for so long. Nice downtrend reversal. Hi-ho hasn't damn moved like at all since opening bell. We are halted down. We got Zindu saying what? Let's go to Zindies here. Zindu says what? Zindu says 369 opening price. 369 opening price. All right. I told you, Utz. Again, Aussie Chick, when you see that PR, when you see that chart, right? And I'll just show this off real quickly. I'm waiting for the bounce, team. I'm waiting. It just is what it is. I ain't going to fucking jump in and no damn dump truck. All right. Let's just go to 5 minutes. Good enough for now. Boom. That. When you see that and then, at first you're going like, oh my. And if somehow you could have jumped in on that first candle, right? Which this is what they always look like, Aussie. It's just, oi! And then no ois afterward. It's, oi! You don't go, oi, oi, oi. It's just, oi! It's almost like you become an Asian. Oi! Oi! Or you're playing tennis. Oi! Oi! We're not do that too loud. Avery's gonna come in here like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm trying to still sleep a little bit if you don't mind. All right, there's that nice rejection off that downtrend line. Winning 100 shares. Yep, yeah, there you go. Yeah. That's about as much as you could do. I mean, if you're, you just want to go balls to the wall, maybe 1,000 shares and say I'll risk 30 cents, lose 300 bucks, right? Chance to make, say, like it's make it almost a chance to make 50 cents. So I just want 50 cents. I'll start scaling out from there, and then if I get more, then I'll, essentially it'll be a 1.5 to 1 trade. If I get more than 50 cents. All right, now is where are we going to bounce? And that's what I'm wanting these traders to let me. Where are these traders going to identify for us? Usually I can come into plays that I love, and I'm like, yep, I know it. Here's where it's at. They've already kind of showed me a little bit earlier. This, I'm just wondering, is it going to be 585? Is it going to be 560 area? I like this. This makes sense. Or are we coming all the way back down to 465? We've already made a 200. We made a huge move today on news. It's the first time I've seen a PR on news actually spike. What am I doing? Get rid of the time and sales, Josh. Now, if this had a PR from yesterday and there's a reason for this to still be up, I just threw a line in yesterday where I figured it would work, and it worked here, failed there, kind of worked here. It's kind of working. It's not perfect though. So and see, we're halting right now. Oh, this is one of those ones where, again, maybe you just stab in short here and then see if this just doesn't dump away. There's no reason for it to be up. It's a little sketchy today for sure. IBKR has PR 100%. So this is the one I'm wanting to attack, is this dude right here. Check market. Hi-ho, nothing. Kids, just reversal off that downtrend. Beautiful shelf crack. It's not giving you a lot. It's you're about maxed out on your gains on that one. And then ZYBT, where does this continue to fly down to? Now it's showing, no, don't be doing that and opening up at 3 and then really, because right here we didn't have much of a gap down. We didn't really even have a gap down. Because this could be one of those ones that just dumps away all. I've seen it before. And I'll look back crying, and it goes all the way back down to 1 and just goes all. But I'm like, there's no way it goes through all the chart from yesterday. Like, there's no way. So we'll see. Yeah, now it's showing 330 resumption price, 341 resumption price now. I didn't think so. I thought that was, yeah. SkyQ not giving it to us. I'm still waiting here. VIVK, it's early on, guys. Early on. It's just 30 minutes. It was breakout or nothing so far. There's that 750 handle I talked about. Boom. So it's hitting the levels like we talked about. That's beautiful. Well, VIVK hitting levels beautifully, just like I alerted. Just kind of using natural stuff. Over 7, what did I say? Watch room to 750, maybe 8. 747 high of day. Right now, I'm trying to see where the bounce is going to come in at. We still see that nice somewhat of 3 to 5 minute consolidation right around 475 into the 450 handle. That's the only thing you could see as of now. Now, I'm waiting to see where these traders want to come in and find support in between that. Could it be right around 585, which we're looking at right now, is somewhere right around 585 into the 590 handle. Here comes ZYBT continuing to dump down. It's halted down yet again here. Is it going to give all its gains back? This one looking juicy. If it does go under 340, the next support line I have in is all the way down to around 260. So we got some room to run there. And of course, then there's kids just absolutely crashing away right now. Off that downtrend, I say crashing away. It doesn't have much more room to go down. It's kind of at its base point right around 75 to 80 cents. SkyQ, Hi-Ho, SLGB, nothing from those as of yet. All right, so we got Tesla with a nice downtrend break, actually up today out of the gates. We have Tesla up, Apple yuckies, AMD did get continuation I was looking for. Wasn't as much as I like, but it did get a little pop there out of the bell. Got about 5 to 6 points. I mean, that's decent. It was just really quick. ARM ugly today. Google not happening. Meta, wow, up, new high of day to 556 almost, or 656 almost on the dot. Comes all the way back down to 644. Yeah, that much action in the first 10 minutes already. And that reversal happened in the first essentially 6-7 minutes. Microsoft, what you trading, J-Web? Because it's ugly out today. There's not a lot going on. God, these large cap tickers are just... That's why I moved away from them. Yucky. Tesla was the best move out of the gate. There wasn't, that wasn't too bad. And then Meta had a decent pop. Gotta wait for him there. You gotta have the patience. It's showing 304 in the resumption price now all of a sudden. So 304 on the resumption price. 4205 is resumption time. So we're trying to hold this 585, and I'm right. So far I'm right. It's right around this. Damn it. If you'd have gotten filled there, look at that liquidation sweep back on up. No way. No way. Wow. All right, so that looks to be it. The low in that candle was 572, so I'm saying 575, 585 area looks to be the main dip for now, but I want this back up to 750 before I come down and challenge that again. If you would have taken it there, you would have gotten literally a point out of it at high right there. Let's see, what are we getting? See, I can't go back far enough. It's not letting me. I was trying to see where we got down to. Or the highest. It's not letting me go that far back. Whatever. Just seeing time and sales wise. Let's go to level 2. That'll let me know if anything. Yeah, there's a pretty tight spread there. It's not too bad. So yeah, I would bet at worst, you know, high right there, you could have gotten out almost at $1, you know, per share. Not bad. Just that immediate soak back up is just sexy. Wow, look at kids dumping for more. KIDZ is crashing away. ZYBT is going past 5-minute resumption time now. Still showing low threes though for resumption price. Still moving around though. It's going to be 47.05. 47.05. Wow, kids still just dumping away. Well, 580 is it. Again, I'm again always wanting that area to be built up is what I was going to say. But now the main thing is I want to move back up into the 750 area before now I'd take a trade. Just been burned earlier on. God, that's just I'm gonna hate if this jolts up in a new high of day off that area. Oh, there's new high right there. Paxton, okay, you jumped in there. Nice. Okay, you got in at 631. Paxton, take some profit. There's a double top on the dot right there. There's a double top on the dot. That's what I was wanting to see, though, is a move up into that area. Hopefully you took some profit there, Paxton. Yeah, nothing yet, J-Web. Yeah, it's pretty ugly out in the small caps so far. Or large caps. Small caps got some movement. Okay, and what I'm liking what VIVK is doing, kind of slowing down, does have some wicks here and there. What I'd love for this to do is push back into 7 here, and then slowly come back down into this 580 area. $47.05 resumption time for ZYBT. Seems to be the main thing everyone's talking about. We're already on the main tickers. Sitting here waiting. Man, this kid's play looks like it wants to continue to dump back off. There's really not a lot of charting here to hold this up, and I know it's underneath everybody's moving averages at this point. This is the only thing I can see holding this play up is this solid reversal, sweep down back up to all, of course, high of day. 60 cents, 61 cents, we'll call it. That's the only thing else that I could see holding kids up. I love just reading comments, guys. So like when you don't hear me talking, I'm reading comments. There's just the like what cunning stunts. I don't know what his name is. Quinn. Anyway, says Zindu. Did you add wind chimes? Oh man. There's that pop to 7. You did 50% retracement on IBKR, right? In other words, you're looking for 7 areas, so half the run. Hold on, I'm reading that. So my bad. So you're looking for 7 areas, so half the run of 2. Let's see. Oh, okay. You're talking about just overall. No, so overall, what I'm doing right now is just looking at. I mean, you could do that if you wanted to, like say for market, but what this would be, you'd want to take it from bottom to top. So that retracement, say from 165, so we do get a gap down, but it's popping back up to 340. It's probably gonna hit 340 here and reverse back on down. Let's see if it doesn't do that here. It's probably gonna become resistance. What I'm finding here is just the sweep zone. So what I look at right here is when that upper shadow meets that lower shadow. Do you see how that meets together, this one and this one? That's generally going to be your bounce area. When you see that, this sweep, like again, that's what I'm looking at on kids. So this massive lower shadow and move up to new highs, that's what's going to try to hold the play up. That's going to be its last attempt there potentially. It's kind of like when you find that sweep down, that becomes like a whole new thing of like, okay, well, that's going to be the support, right? We know then boom and then boom. So this, when those touch, I just know that ends up being, and then sure enough, we don't quite touch it, but we get a, good God, quick, violent move. Let's see if we can get down to the 580 mark, because this isn't halting today. It's going to fucking probably do that. That's going to be the wick. But no, I'm just using this wick to wick. I've taught it for years. You don't see it that often. Oh no, we're actually halted up. I teach, it's called wick to wick though. When I see these wicks together, that's generally going to be where we have a bounce play at. And that's what we're going to hold. That's going to be your new demand area, new support area, so to speak. So yeah, that's where I got that from, Daza. Would 450 be forever line for the day? Yes and no. No, because it's not really built up that long. Yes, because now if you do this, right, if I did put we'll go, I guess, right about right there. It's right. I knew it was going to be there. The 50, I think that's, I don't know, but Daza back to 450. That's what I was going to, and then back to your 50% fib. This is what you would want to do it from where we go to boom, right? So that's essentially your main resistance area. Put it at 750, essentially, right? That's where we're failing at. And so yes, that would be the 50% retracement. And then look at this 23.6. Your man knows fibs and he doesn't even use fibs. That's what's crazy. I don't. Oh, you can use them. I just do basic. Anyway, whatever. Mr. Laser it in over here, essentially, right? We'll just laser it in. Just laser it in. I just don't like a lot of shit on my chart. I just want to see the candles. If I can see the candles, then I can see everything else. All out, took profits and hit stop loss at break even. Something was starting to click with my brain. There you go, Paxton. Good. Well, that's the thing, too, is look, just be in here all the time. I think any times in the past you're in here, I don't think you were fully committed. I don't think you're in here all day, every day, listening to what I'm talking about, what we should be trading and on the right ticker and trade. And I'm trying to guide you guys to the right tickers. I mean, I'm not saying, let's go trade hi-ho. And no, there's no, let's go trade Sky. Why? And then, like, you guys would go trade that. I'm like, why are you trading that? Why didn't you trade what I traded? Like, and especially all those years at TradeCaster, now I wish this would work out, but let's say like this. And I was like, guys, why didn't we? And I wish. Now, we'll get back to these. And I know Maxes of the world and guys that have been around long enough remember trendline cracks. I know J-Web definitely remembers me yelling them out all the time. When we had this in the pre-market, I'm like, guys, why didn't you? And again, not halty type of play. It was like this. It was a normal play, and then it would just crack on down, not halt down and up. But you get my point. And we'd get in here at the opening bell below the VWAP. Hell yeah, I'm all about this fucking short. We'd get candlestick confirmation like right here at like 415. And I'd say, okay, we're taking it down to, say at 375, target 1, target 2, 3, blah, blah, forever. And then boom, we'd be up a fucking 1.5 at the open. I'd be like, and then you guys would be like, you're red. You didn't take that fucking trade that I yelled out all morning long when I was like, trendline crack, guys, watch for the trendline crack. Not yet. Okay, watch for the trendline crack. Hey, guys, watch for the trendline crack. Guys, watch for the trend. I'm in. Oh, yeah, fuck yeah, told you, fuck yeah. And then he'd be like, I'm red. I'm like, you're fucking red? Why? You didn't take the easiest fucking trade of the day? You went and traded fucking XYZTB453PO versus I yelled out trendline crack for an hour and you didn't trade it. You know, that kind of stuff where I'm like, there's a reason why I'm alerting VIBK. Like, this is the play. This is where we're going to make money. You know, if you want it here, I was kind of trying to tell you where it would be at here, but it's kind of at your own luck. I told you it's make or break here. I was like, it's going to go one way or the other. And boom. And I did SLGB. I said, watch for a bounce at 95 cents. And it has been stuck at $1, unfortunately. So I'm on the plays and what to trade, right? And I'm like, do that. Just do what I'm telling you to do. See, I wasted too much money watching. Yeah, for sure. And people did that. They wanted entertainment from Sean, and I get it. Like, he's Mr. Entertainer. He's going to make you happy. If you lose a trade, just go watch deck. He loses with you, and you lose with him. Oh, well, he puts on a show. You're not learning anything from that. You're not getting any value. You're not going to become a better trader. Like, I'm over here fucking weirdo talking to you, and I'm moving my here's what I'm doing. I'm moving my market depth to where it's like perfectly in line with something like that. What I was just doing was that. That's the brain you're dealing with here, right? Sean's like, I'm like, I'm over here fucking wanting to trade. And then I'm like trying to get this market like in this weird spot to where it's like lined up and then doing 3 things at once usually. I missed those. Yeah, they're cousin under. Yep, there's your name. I know you've been around for the longest time. And it's all momentum today. That was your only bounce sweep down. It's been really at that 6 mark. We'll call it bounces. They were really just liquidation sweeps. This was the bounce, though. This was kind of a bounce. The rest of these are just sweeps down that I was hoping we would get one and catch a wick up. Now it's sitting patience. Now, what could happen, T-Web, the forever line could be this 580 mark, honestly. In the end, you know, once we start moving more, this is going to probably be that line in the sand. And then we're going to have moving averages slowly catch up with it. Like, let's just go to hi-ho here. Fuck that. Let's just go over here to brain fart. I'm like, what are we freaking reaching? Look at that run right up with the 1 right here, team. That's showing you fucking crazy bullishness. So as long as we hold that, we're going to keep spiking. I'll tell you that. But then, like, you can see here, the 3 and the 5, this is just the 9. You know, it's starting to trail. And we have a lot of, this is going to stay bullish. And the other thing would be using those longer moving averages. A lot of traders use like the 20 or 21 to go at the 9, the 50. Those are much lower. And so you still have those to run off of, you know, that traders are going to be using. God, this play's now halted down. So it literally just halts today, team. 1 halt, 2 halt, 3 halt, 4. Let's see if we can finally have a candle. Let's go to a 1 minute time frame. Let's see if we can finally have a candle where we don't halt. How about that? Yeah, other cousin, those trendline cracks were fucking... I mean, even here's a case in point. Let's go to just kids. Not that I probably would have taken it back in the day, but this is a good shelf crack that 100% would say, hey, let's take it back in the day if it moved well above $1 and we had more room to run. But perfect. We get candlestick confirmation. We're in like right here on this candle at 90 cents. We've confirmed below all the candles. Who cares about the wicks? And then we just take it down. And now it's and we've taken profit. We'll probably once or ish, maybe twice. You know, how depending on how much it's moved. This play probably only once. But we're now building this bear flag, just looking to any minute just crash back down to this level. You know, and another target, right, so to speak. This was like A1A, and this is why when I remember when Deck moved away from large or small caps that did options, and then that's when he really started to do just crazy run of the mill all over the shit place, which is, you know, it goes to this, to that, to this, to that, right? And so, but that was in 2022, if you remember, and when that happened was, well, this is all we'd have. We'd have a play that would go from, usually it would go from like $1 to $1.90, or like we would have, you know, we weren't getting the massive moves. We were getting plays that go $1, maybe $2, and then this is what would happen though at the bell, and buy, just short that shit. Maybe then later in the day, every once in a while, you know, I would scale out. All right, guys, we're out. And of course, where I would get out, scale out was like the perfect bounce, and then right back on up, she'd fly. And you know, you were like, you got me fucking kidding me. I should have went long. Bounce play was perfect there. They were just they're just where they were going lower. You know, the bounces weren't where they, you know, they weren't going and working where they were now. Like everything's a little more bullish now. But this chart right here is 2022, 2023, 2024. This is almost 70% of the stocks did this right here. I'd go maybe even higher, 80% plus. Yeah, I like that area T-Web. 6 to 580 is what I'm liking and looking at. So that's me. I know I'm about to move over to trade the pool, but it's going to be 6 to 580 at this point. But yeah, I miss those days. Those were, and they're going to come back. I mean, we're bullish right now, and we're getting to that kind of sketchy bullishness, like high hos and sky Qs of the world and ZYBTs of the world. A lot of no news, wiki up, pump and dumpy, up and then down, up and then down. And if you can, but we're still getting a run of the mill, just really bullish plays. Finally, today we're getting something to go 300, 400%. I think ZYBT helped yesterday for sure. This play essentially overall going 1,000% plus from highs to lows, in market well over 600, 700%, whatever it was at 800% because it closed. Of course, it didn't open until closing. It didn't literally, I should say, it closed into the closing bell here. It wasn't moving, right? So that's the close, 6:15. And so I don't know what we were at yesterday, but we're sick, whatever we were the day before, right? So that is just crazy move. That's definitely helped out. And then today, that news is pretty decent. 700 million is a big number. When you see 7 or 15 mil, when I see that in small cap PRs, I'm like, and sometimes they'll still run when it's hot out, but you would see that like 7 to 15 mil, like that's it's not a lot of money. I mean, it is for us, yes, but for these companies, it's not going far. So when you see 700 mil and it deals with oil, it's one of those ones where in the end, I wish I would have said, guy, this is going to squeeze. I haven't been liking what we've seen recently, so it was a little sketch recently, right? But if this would have been back in late May into early June, right, that stretch was hot as fuck, just like it was December, January, or last fall, whatever. And that's just the ones where you just do. We had those long. Remember how long I took in pre-market? I never forget that. Taking along in pre-market, held it right into the opening bell, if you remember, guys. And I think we went for one halt. I can't remember, but I think we didn't go for one. I can't remember. But I've traded those. And I'm like, we're getting in. We're going in long. We've just had a little stretch here recently, last couple of weeks, where we haven't had this great continuation. And the trust from myself has been lost. And I have to have that trust. Literally, truly. As goofy as that sounds. Music reminds me of like playing like an old school video game. All right. What do we got? I'm just waiting here, team, still. So again, I like the, oh, wow. So we're going to another halt down this play. So it is a one. Okay, we had one candle without. So we did have one candle. So we've had one halt, 2 halt, 3 halt, 4. Now 5 halts. 250 resumption price is what it's showing now. 250. It'll probably come back up. This play is not doing much gapping today. I'm getting good moves if you're just jumping in with momentum, but boy, that's the thing. Are we going to go up or go back down? It's literally like jumping in on an elevator and you just have no idea if you're going up or down. If you like when you press say if you're getting on the elevator, you're on the 12th floor. And this place has 20 floors. You accidentally press up and you're like, oh shit. And then you press down. When you get in that elevator, it might be going up. It may be going down. Usually that button will come off and you'll know like, hey, you're going up now. But you get my point. It's kind of like that. Just jumping in and you're just like, I don't know where I'm going. Up, down, all around. The IBK has, obviously we know what we're doing here. ZYBT, again, team, if you trade something like that, please do it. T-Web did earlier and going small. Which he was just trading Viv K on the breakout. I like this area though, team. This is going to be able to put, highlight it so we have it highlighted. In this area here. All right. Oh, man. Golfers out there. Aussie chick, I thought of you the other day. Of course, Avery, not much of a golfer, but she loves loves watching, like we watched a little bit of the British Open this weekend, or the Open as they call it. She's just like, I could just wear like golf attire and Avery would just be like, she's like white belts usually, but oh my gosh, on the golfing outfit, she loves it. But it also in the as funny as that was, we watched the Hawk this weekend as well. Of course, golfers on it, in it somewhat. But actually funny. When I first saw the previews for the Hawk, it has Will Ferrell and it's got other people in it. it actually is pretty damn. It's pretty damn funny. It's pretty damn funny. It's typical Will Ferrell, shenanigans, but it's actually pretty decent. It's pretty decent. It's pretty darn decent. So if you haven't watched The Hawk, I think it's on Netflix if I'm not mistaken. God, I need my haircut. I can't wait to get this trimmed. Watch The Hawk. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Getting the haircut today. Can't wait. Just getting a little too long in certain areas. And that'd be crazy if I'm just going to go straight Jesus. Like if you're really just going to fully grow this out to where it just keeps going and going and going. I can't imagine that. Just all this hair getting longer and longer and longer to where it's just like, yeah, dudes. I'm like, I can't. Like right now, I'm already at my. It's like having a beard. I can only do a beard for so long until my face is just like. I think I've done it once or twice before where I kept it so eventually you kind of get used to it. But it truly, if you don't have a beard, like usually I just do the 5 o'clock shadow and it gets too long and I start seeing these silvery foxes, right? And then the white guys, whatever you want to call them, and I shave. So I'm like either bald into the 5 o'clock full shadow and then it's off. Because as soon as it gets to light, it just feels like there's a mask on my face. Like truly, I can't stand it. It's just something if you're not used to. So the hair is getting that way. It's like, oh God, it's starting to get annoying. It's crazy to think about that when Avery grew her hair out now. Because she used to have the buzz cut. Like crazy, I buzzed her hair for, I forgot when we finally did that. I think it was it 2017 and she kept it into 2019 or was it 2018 into 2019? I remember we'd been coloring her hair and she just like, she wanted to get all that out. She'd been bleaching it blonde for a while and she wanted to get all healthy new hair. And we've been talking about it. Of course, she had the pixie cut before that. So, essentially she had, a lot of it buzzed already, on the sides or whatever. So anyway, so we just finally did like, let's do it. And I'll never forget when she did it. Her hair was like fully blonde. I had to show this off. She'd hate it. Maybe now that she's older, she wouldn't mind it. Now we're building old resistance, new support right here though. 750 is looking good. Well, that may end up being an area that we attack. Anyway, she had blonde hair. And right when I'm like, she's like, let's do it. We're going to buzz it off. And we're at the, got the clippers, brand new ones. I'm like, let's do it. And, I'm like, ooh, I got to do this. So I start buzzing the top part, like right here out, like this, right? And I'm like, oh, I got to do Hulk Hogan. And so I buzzed just the top, like right here. And just the hair was on. And it came down to it was like shoulder length. And I have her like acting like she was about to rip her. She was literally just wearing, I think, a tank top at the time, kind of like what Hulk Hogan would wear. And I had her with the Hulk Hogan cut, like buzzed right through here. It was buzzed off. And, the blonde, like, almost like Hulk Hogan, literally. Stop or whatever. And she said, brother. And I'm like, oh my God, this is going to be the greatest thing going back to this year at year, year in, year out. This is going to be great. That pops up on my memories. I think it's in like March, but anyway. Yeah, then she just had a buzz cut, just buzzing it, straight buzz cut till 2019. And then she grew it back out, but I didn't think about that. Just like have that growth of having to grow from a buzz cut all the way. I guess you girls are just more used to having that hair touching your ears and shit. 750 holding up nicely. Old resistance, new support, right? Beautiful to see that. I'm loving this area right down here. Let's just wait for the bounce play. Nothing else really moving. Now halted up again. It's about to. Imagine trading ZYBT today. I mean, I guarantee you there's some traders out there trying to trade this and they're up and then they're down and then they're really down and they're back to trying to get to green. They're almost green again. And just next thing you know, and eventually the day they're just down 5. They're down a ton. They're going to take a couple of huge losses coming up. Like they just went in long again. It's going to immediately open up short and go whatever and go boom back down again. Oh, new high of day. No. Beautiful trend line too as well. A slider in right about right there. Ay, 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 oi, oi, oi. Up the trend line she goes, team. I was hoping I was not going to mention it. I need to just start mentioning things, and look at that. Look at that beautiful uptrend channel she's in. Right through here, I was like, she's on a trend line. Like, this is an uptrend channel. Like, as soon as I saw this bounce, I was like, well, maybe she's going to crack. And then I got to talking about hair and buzz cuts. Forgot about mentioning it. And I was like, I won't mention it. And then sure shit enough, off that, and look at that. Look where it fails at. Right at the upper VWAP. That would have been a great short. I don't have the cojones, the balls to short the tops. I just don't. But if you did right there, boom, there's a quick point. I mean, 100 shares, of course, you would have to stab at it as soon as it was hitting that line. There you go. Perp. Love it, Paxton. Good job, boss. Paxton getting those quick little scalpier trades in. Love it. Getting in, out. Love it, love it, love it, man. I'll have you on the right ticker again tomorrow. Just join me live. Yeah, man. Love it. Good work. And that's truly what's been working today. Trend, now we do see the trend lines holding, so we see some bounces to be had. There's a couple here, and then it's breakouts and the quick reversals from the top of the uptrend channel. So those have been your main trades for the day here. Nice U shape, W shapes too, right? We got the kind of like W shape, U shape here, right? Same thing. W a little bit more pronounced in the second area. The spike's a little smaller though. The first U and W was a little bigger and more elongated. This one's a little bit tighter. Had an order to short it. Oh, damn it, man. Well, let me go help Avery real quick. Oh yeah, I got trade the pool coming up. Let me help Avery. I'll jump back on the mic right before I go over there. Halted down. Woo, big sell off. I'm still going in. I'm still going in at that $5.85, $6 area. Let's see what the resumption price is going to be. $6.58. Okay, so let's see. It didn't come out with an offer or anything, did it? No, okay. Just making sure that I didn't have like news that just came out or anything like that. I'd be like, not taking that now. All right, so there we go. There's our area for VIVK. Right there. Now let's go over to trade the pool and let's get the link for you guys out there real quickly, lot. Boom. Boom. Let's see here. Other cousin has short. Damn, that sucks. Both of you guys had shorts up top. Gonna wait for a bounce yet. No, let's see, Mike. What do you got here? See, I realized that after what did you type? I don't know. Oh, I know what you typed. I didn't get to see it. Kids, big drop. Yeah, big dip. Yeah, definitely a big sell-off today. Trevor, big sell-off. Right there off that downtrend. You know, it just kept riding it all morning long and that eventually just said, couldn't do it anymore. Hi-ho, SLGB, nothing today from Mid or Sky Q. Halt Fest bananas on ZYBT. And then it's been the VIVK show. You know, finally had a huge sell-off there and getting the halt down. So we finally are halting, you know, at least today. I do still like that 580-ish area, though. At 6 to 580, you know, somewhere around there for the dip buy on VIVK. Showing 661 resumption price now. So probably a small little gap down here. Let's see if we can't get that reversal. We have 15 after and 3 seconds for the resumption price. Or time. 15:03. 15 after 3 seconds. So essentially 2 minutes from right now. 662. 664. 665. 664. Resumption price moving around. 662 again. Any questions you guys have? Well, I just got rinsed on that 430 bounce attempt. That went way past. Oh, wow. Suck. Damn. Sorry, boy. Yeah, I would. That's why I'm staying down here. I would have won at 750 if this could have gone to like 10 and stayed up at 10 and been chilling for a little bit up in here. Then I would have gone down into this area potentially. That's why I just, with these plays and most throughout the years, I like going a little bit lower. And even I've had times, Josh, it's below the VWAP. I mean, I've had so many people question my bounce areas, and I'm like, question all you want. I'm the one that's done all the homework and math over here throughout the years. Yeah, that I like it, but it's if it was a slower mover, if it was like it opened today and was not halting up or gapping up or anything, it was just like, hey, we open at 5 and we're matriculating. Yeah, we're doing our thing. You know, and it was a slower mover. Maybe like I don't know if I could think of a larger float play, but something that moves slower is my point. Something I wish we could think of something that we've seen here recently that moves like, you know, slow and steady, like more of a slow and steady eddy. Because then I said, oh guys, which we traded those before, but oh guys, I don't know if we're gonna get back down to blah blah blah. You know, this is maybe all we see. Well, Max, it's exit out, reload at the 580 mark. This is it. This is the highlighted area. Attack it. Attack it. Now it's showing 679 resumption price, so it may not even have any gap at all. At all. Now it's showing 679. So right on the dot. And let's go live here. Less than 10 seconds on VIVK. Actually, oh my god, they halted at the same time. They halted at the same time, or at least they're going to resume at the same time. Watch, ready? Boom and boom. How crazy is that? I have never seen that before. I have never seen two plays we're looking at resume at the same time. Oh my god, I have never seen that before. Well, Max, you're not doing bad on your bounce so far here. If this can pop back up for you, bub, at least you're not going to lose that much. Oh my gosh. I have never seen that before. Two plays resume at the same time that I'm looking at. That was crazy. I'll have to record that. I need to go back and screen record that. Well, Max, look, you're back to even, Max. Bax, hopefully you didn't lose as much as you anticipated there, okay? It might even rip back up to 8. I need to go over to TTPPP. I'm over there. There's the link. We know the main area I'm going to attack. It's like the only thing moving today. It's this or nothing in small caps, all right? Large caps, I'll do, kind of my around the horn over there. Don't forget we have the J&J show, which will have the book of the week. You guys into books? Well, we have that now featured on Tuesdays. So at about 11:30 Eastern time, we'll get into that, which is Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. So we'll get into Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. All right. I will see you guys next week. Oh, I say next week. Why am I thinking next week? Not next week. I'll see you guys. You're like next week. I'll see you guys when I'm done with TTP. So I'm done with TTP at noon Eastern, 11 my time, 10 Mountain, or 10 Mountain, 9 West Coast. See, Chick was like, see you next week. What the? You're done on a Tuesday? Yeah, bitches. What? I'm out of here, this motherfucker. Just kidding. It's funny if it'd been funny if I said that and just stuck with it, and then I left and went over to TTP, and y'all are like, did he just say? And y'all all be typing in, are you really gone for the week? Yeah, I'm out of here, man. I'm taking a vacay. All right, I'm going over to TTP. Yeah, piss off 6-day weekend. I love it, right? I'm out of here, guys. 6-day weekend. You got it. I'm out. Just hopping on real quickly, letting you guys know I got filled at 587, 500 shares. That's it. I didn't get filled my lower order. I had one at 577 as well. So I was just going to attack at 1,000 shares. If I got filled one of the orders, 587 and 500 shares. My first target is going to be move through this VWAP. I want to get through this VWAP and get to right around 640. Right around there, I'll probably take some actually. Probably right around the VWAP 640. Then I'll take a little bit more at 675 and then leave runners on for that 7 break. Just want to let you guys know about the order on VIVK.
Pivot on that left toe, come back on the left hook, knockout punch, baby. Ooh, let's go for it. Let's hold those cues. Cues are rallying, and what do we want to look at? The Heine, the SK Heine, holding the trade, holding the open, right? Talked about watch for that opening hold. Came down, yeah, the 15-minute chart when it was on this red candle. Oh, it'll get you feeling good. But there it is, going back towards the highs. If it breaks the highs here, this is going to help the cues really start to play in. Let's see if it can rally back.
If AK-47 would get a house bot. Would you get one?
Bro,
would you get one? He could take care of the dogs.
I was going to say, can it feed and walk dogs? No. Like that would be the big question.
If I have arms and legs and toes and feet and fingers and metatarsals or whatever they're called, I'm doing everything myself. Listen, I'm a man. I was born and raised to work and with my own 2 feet, my own 2 hands. There will never be a day ever that I'll have an AI bot in my house. I'll never have an electric vehicle ever. ever. Now,
do
and
the
Micronauts, they do make. By the way, they do make already. You can get lawnmowers that mow the lawn. They mow the lawn themselves. Have you not seen those that are out there? That mow the lawn?
I'm waiting for someone I know.
Mags whipping guys. Mags starting to really lift off guys.
I'd be all about that. The way I look at it is then it just frees me up to do more stuff myself. Like, yeah, I could get a wood splitter, but I like cutting the wood. So I go out there after the stream and I split a bunch of wood. I don't like mowing the lawn, so I'm going to give that to a robot. Like,
guys, I can easily go work out while the robot does the hard work. Like, you guys continue doing your thing.
Yeah, you do what's enjoyable.
I will walk my dogs, right? I love my dogs. I'll go walk my dogs. But the laundry, yeah, I'm with you, Michael. The grass, yeah.
I will
you can get that out of here.
I'll
dude.
do all the fun stuff that I like, and you can do all the annoying stuff that no one likes. Folding clothes.
Simple as that, right?
Hey, the more kids
endless
you
amounts
have,
of children. Yeah, I was about to say I need a robot that folds clothes. You need 7 robots that can fold clothes.
Well, that's the thing. You train your kids to do the work, then you don't even need to box anymore. Because I got kids that are
your own
laundry,
robots.
doing the yard, and then making dinner on Friday nights. It's actually kind of nice.
Oh, there you go.
Keep pushing them, Jesse. Keep pushing them.
And they're learning the trade. And they're learning
the grass is fun. The grass is fun outside. You guys want to learn?
Therapeutic.
Wow, we're 7% now.
I'll tell you that much. In Florida,
SpaceX.
You want to lose weight? Go cut the grass in Florida. That is your Ozempic.
That is your Ozempic.
Trust me. By the time you come back, you see the fat melting off.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 7% just crossed on SpaceX. Just ripping.
We're looking great here, guys. Qs are pushing. Mags is pushing. Apple's back in the green. What's in the red for Mags? We got Microsoft green from the open. Google's the only one. Oh, and Meta. Meta and Google. If we can get Meta and Google to start playing in on the day, get ready, because I think that's what you need to see if you really start this liftoff, right? Like, look at these wicks on Google. Does that look like sellers or does that look like buyers? This is a really good question. Really good question. In chat, I'll throw it to you. I'll throw it to everybody. What do you guys think about this setup here, where it's like a lot of wicks? Because I think this is an interesting one, Michael. As a technical analyst, I think you would think this is interesting too. 5 wicks on like the 15 red candles. Does that show buying pressure or does that show selling pressure? Right?
Well, and like the RSP flipping, right? We're now making new highs a day in the RSP. So it's exactly what I was like, we need to see is these indexes that better represent what the average stock is doing starting to perk up. And we're seeing that the RSP breaking new highs. We're seeing the IWM breaking new highs, and the IWM, like the NASDAQ just made a new daily high, and RSP or the IWM did that like 15 minutes ago. So we're getting when we came in this morning, it was tech was doing amazing and everything else was just kind of meh. And now we're seeing everything else starting to rip as well, and tech is holding on. So again, this is just a good view of, right, the NASDAQ pullback. It wasn't insane pullback. We pulled back for the first 20 minutes or so. But you can see you did not see that in the Russell. You did not see that in the Dow. These things held on great. So there's a little bit of baton pass. So we didn't have tech sell off. We had kind of the other one where everything else kind of grabbed the torch. So good.
I usually don't like to bring this in because I usually stick to our tools that we use here. I trade the pool, but I can show you guys it here on the sectors here. This is why I look at, and I know people use the RSPs, but a lot of people hit me on why do I use the Boomer TC 2000? Well, it's this right here, guys. This is how I tell you guys what's leading half the time, right? Like how I know things are pushing, right? This is literally... I think if there's one tool that's giving me edge, it's TC 2000. It's based off the equally weighted indexes that they have. So here you guys can see it now. It's healthcare playing in, industrials playing in, right? Basic materials playing in, energy, real estate, and tech, right? That's what we kind of needed. We needed some other names to kind of hold the thing up, right? Financials playing back in, right? Now the only thing in the red from the open is defensive names, which is more than fine. That's the value trade selling off, and that can sell off, right? That can sell off with the market kind of going higher. Cyclical names, and we want to see this go green. If we could get this green and utilities green, that means that we have literally only one sector red out there. That would be really good signs for the market to start to rally. We'll look to see what happens there as the SPY's going back up.
Is this a download? Is it something I need to purchase? Where can I get this at?
TC2000.
Yeah, you have to pay for charting. It's a paid charting platform. But in that one page,
it's like in that 3,000 years ago. It's old school. Man.
Yeah. In that one page, though, I can give more market outlook than probably majority of your analysts out there.
Nice.
So that's why I think there's a lot of edge there, right? You can see rotation. And biggest part, I would say again, the edge is the equally weighted outlooks. They created indexes for everything, the sectors, the industries, and that's the biggest edge. I'm recreating this. Don't tell TC, but I'm recreating this myself. So I'll let you guys know when I have that.
Where are you getting the live streaming data from? That would be the biggest.
I know where I can get it. For right now, I can get it personal for myself. I'm gonna probably do it personal where it's real cheap, Michael.
Yeah, we can talk offline. But yeah, I was just saying there's a couple places for the audience wants to know. IQ Feed has an amazing real time quote is a good one. But yeah, Public, I guess, which is a broker.
Public,
that you guys Public opens up their AI.
Big Data is a new one.
Yeah, Polygon.
Big Data is one
they
here.
Changed their name. They were Polygon.
This is one that I was looking at here, bigdata.com. But this is a newer one for AI agents that is being built out. So you guys can check it out. I mean, there's a lot, right? The key is how much you want to pay, right? Are you making this public? Are you making this trying to like sell to people, right? If you're making it for yourself, then it's a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
So I think that's one thing to keep in mind, right? Are you selling this to people or are you selling this to myself, right?
And this
it's just for my own tools. I don't mind paying.
That I will say that's very important as someone who worked for a software company, and we'll just say a stock software company that may not have been playing exactly by the NASDAQ's rules and then got sued for millions of dollars. If you are,
I'm not that guy.
If you are redistributing the NASDAQ or the NYSE's data,
don't play with that game, guys. There's a reason. There's a reason why I don't have scanner apps right now available to you guys. Trust me, I can make them like this, but they cost me about $1,600 a month to keep up. And so how many subscribers would I need to have to keep up $1,600 in fees? And that's just based on the data, let alone the data management, right? Because now you got to start, it really becomes really quickly a business expense type of look, right? Can it be done?
The back end's the hardest part, for sure. Yeah. The thing that you see is like the easiest part of a lot of these things. It's all like the back end of cleaning the data and making sure you're allowed to read, because every person you distribute it to, you not only have to pay, but you have to verify that person's not a professional trader in some way. Mm-hmm. And then if they are, you have to charge them a different rate. And
people think they can get around it by delays. No, that doesn't get you around it. That just gets you fined, and you didn't even give them real-time data.
Yeah. It is. That's
even worse.
It shows the power of a monopoly, right? Because if you're getting data from stocks, it's coming from the NYSE and the NASDAQ. So you you have to get there. You know what I mean? So it's like can't compete.
There's no Claude inside New York Stock Exchange pulling the data for you.
Yeah, you have to deal with these old boomer institutions that they're just not going to move, and they're going to charge you whatever they feel like charging you.
Especially if you're trying to run a business, because now you can become, what's the word? Competition. So they're like, we'll give it to you for an arm and a leg to hold you down as a small business.
Can we have one of the children, please, to
yes,
to pay
exactly.
For But Jesse's got a lot. He's got one that he can.
Jesse,
probably one that instantly
right?
came to mind. He's like, you know what? I'll give him that one.
There is one that I didn't know.
Yeah, this is the hardest part, right? But hey, guys, keep building, right? You guys can see it. I mean, you see that the economy one, right? The economics number that you guys saw me show up just a little while ago. That one I built absolutely free, and it's from free data, right?
Yeah,
It's
Fred.
scraping data, right? I'm just scraping government sites, so that's something you can do, right? So there's still ways to like kind of create tools for yourself. And if you're a trader and you're not using tools like our partners, like we got Benzinga Pro, right? Trend Spider, right? What Michael uses for the bot trading, which is called
Signal
what's it
Stack.
called again? Signal Stack, right? We have some trading journal that are available to you, and I've created my own trading journal that I'm still trying to work out there, guys, for Trade the Pool. I'll keep trying to push them. You guys push them on your side. Tell them we need our own trading journal, because I think that'd be something that we could really kind of get into, because I've already made it and it works for Trade the Pool, right? So I think we can do this, guys. Let's keep building. Let's keep expanding. And Michael and I would keep kind of pushing forward with that. Guys, the market is just on pause here now. This is what it's all about. It's just lulling everybody. It's saying day traders, head for that door because the real traders are coming in, baby. Are coming in. We'll see what happens in the afternoon. And Josh, literally, it's all on you. It's all on you.
Yeah, listen. Don't screw this up for me, man.
It's not even 11 and we're already putting it on you, kid.
Yeah.
What's going on? Josh, how you doing? Any setups you're watching right now?
Yeah, VIVK right now. I'll get my screen share right here going. So yeah, VIVK, I'm watching. This is been my baby for the morning. I finally have a good mover off of PR2 as well. So VIVK is
all right.
a nice mover. Finally have something moving in the small cap space. So VIVK has been my watch for the day overall. Back at this main demand zone that we're at right now. Just cracked this little micro uptrend channel that actually bases back off these lows or this little low node from pre-market. But this is it. We've got to hold this 580 area. $590, $6 has been the main support from earlier. Was former resistance in pre-market as well. Not very long. And now we've built a good base here. You can see the head and shoulders forming though. Could be getting weak. Volume starting to leave this, but we have nothing else in the micro, small cap, whatever you want to call this sector. It's the little guy sector. This is it. This is all that we have moving. Former runners were popping up earlier in the day. Another one on watch, not a bad thought there. I think it was either Crow or Tack talking about V. Very low volume. So V has very, very, very low volume, but let's not forget what let's go to 4-hour time frame, what V's done recently, which is a lot of fun. So we've had some big moves on V with this higher high pattern, but what we're starting to do is see this overall uptrend crack back down. We could see this, though, move later in the day. I like the area that, whether it was Crow or Tack talking back through 30, always going to be the key for these tickers that go from single digits to 30 plus. 30 ends up being this huge kind of line in the sand. Especially between 30 and 50. So that's it, my friend. That's what I'm looking at is V. Maybe, yeah, later in the day. Oh, yeah, if you just want to risk the biscuit, you know what? ZYBT, let's throw this back on watch here from yesterday. And, yeah, check this move out for anyone that hasn't seen ZYBT and what this has done over the past, And it's pretty much a halt fest. And, yes, this truly went from 60 cents to $11. This is risky biscuits. I would love to meet the traders that do trade this because this is all it's been halting today. Halt down, halt down, halt up, halt down, halt down, halt up, halt up, halt down. I think we're finally not halting. But there's that one as well, Mitch. But I stay far, far, far away from that.
Yeah, those halts. Very annoying, right? The whole auction process to get them open every time can leave things incredibly unpredictable. They're definitely for people who are okay being real fast, right? Because when those things open, they can either halt again real quick, or they can slap you real quick, or you can make a ton of money real quick. So it's a hard time. It's a big deal.
You could literally say it's a hard knock life for us. I'm like, yeah, that would be y'all's anthem, because that's what I was saying earlier. I bet there's someone that's going to trade this about 18 times a day and end up, who knows how much red they'll accumulate trying to go, oh, we're long. Oh, no, I'm short. Okay, now I'm long. Oh, no, I'm short. I'm like, yeah, that's why if you do, that's why I love Trade the Pool. I mean, again, back to that, which we can talk about as well. Guys, we have 48 hours. That's right, 48 hours to go sign up. 48 hours. This is huge right here. So I don't know where it went to now. I've lost my email, but you have 48 hours to sign up. 48 hours to sign up. If you want to sign up, Essentially, for the next 48 hours, we have a deal going. If you get a 50K account, we're bumping your buying power up to 60K. If you buy a 100K account, we're bumping it up to 120K.
Damn.
Pretty good offer.
That's
I wish this
good
was.
offer.
I wish they could add this in when they did the buy one blow one sale. Essentially, if you buy 50K and you blow it, we'll give you one in credits for another one. Oh man, I'd be loading up today. Because then you'd get more buying power. But that was we've been running some really good deals over the past month that you guys can take advantage of. Obviously from the World Cup and the Trading World Championship that we did till now here recently. So take advantage of that. VivK still rolling up here, guys. So I'm still looking at VIVK. 586 is my main stranglehold.
Short this S dot now. This crazy thing. Had to shorten that yesterday, and it broke. It just stopped me out on this candle, and then just fell apart.
Ooh.
It just sucks.
Little
But another
liquidity
short
crap.
this one today.
Yeah.
And then whatever an SLND is, same
Yes.
kind of deal. Looking to short that guy. So
Love
just these
it.
2 trades on flat. Nothing really
Stocks
to
I'm
write home
looking at,
about.
and I love to see you trading them. I'm like, hey, I'm alerting these guys every day, and here you are, your bot's just trading away. I love it.
Well, if it ever ends up working out, I'm gonna have send a beer over to Kevin because I've got a fully kind of automated AI system now that goes, okay, here's the ones that were crazy. It's looking for things that are popping yesterday, and I'm training it to know what popping on shitty news looks like. Right. So don't, the easiest ones I already told them, like if it's an FDA approval, right, get it out. If it's, a phase 3 of a drug or a, big drug trial, get it out. And just teaching it to go, okay, so it runs every morning and it just spits out, here is a bunch of names that were up huge yesterday. And I can't really see a legitimate reason for it. They didn't smoke earnings out of the water, or they're not bought out. There's no new drug or anything like that, and it just gives me those. So I put those into the system, and the shorting is very simple. You can see here, it's just opening range breakdown. So it looks at whatever that kind of 5-minute opening range break is, and when it breaks down, puts stop the high of the day, and we move on. Then the idea, the way I think this equity curve will work out will be a lot of small losses where you're just triggering in, it's hitting the high of the day and you're moving out. Then every now and then you nail something like what Nestot would have done yesterday, where if it had stayed in, this thing just tanked all day long. It went from 30 and into the low 20s, and you only need a couple of those to wipe out a whole bunch of losses and put some green on the table. So that's the game plan. And the reason I'm doing this here is I do all of my testing here before I risk my own money with it, which I think is just a great thing that we can do. And then also the whole ability to short whatever we want. So I was like, why don't I focus on these, building out strategies for these really crappy stocks and shorting them, and might as well steal one from Kevin. So we're working on this one. It's a very slow strategy. You can see these are probably the only 2 trades I'll take today. So you just have to be okay with that patience of, let me just chill out and wait, and gonna go from there.
Love it. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Speaking about chilling out and waiting, can we get a new high? Can we get a new high out there? A new high on SNDK. We're right there, guys. Can we keep it party going? Can the Heine make a new high? We're right there, guys. The
Qs
Heine
breaks out. This is the opening print high. So this is the 10:30 high. Or 9:30.
The AI names have remained strong, right? And my AI scanner that had one red name is all green, literally every single name. So if you're red in AI names, you're struggling somewhere along the way. We need to kind of have a chat. But names like TER are really showing me that turnaround trade. Right, so this is that semiconductor equipment name that was weak yesterday, but just opened up strong, right, and then just kind of faded off, right, now strong. If you start to see ASML start to rip higher, this is your trade coming back into play, the semiconductor equipment names, right? They had pulled back, but look at the strength coming right back in. That's what I wanted to see, guys. So we'll look to see what happens out there, but looking really good on the tape, especially also seeing solar. And this is one of the biggest trades that I'm actually working, TikTok. They'll be coming out in the next coming days, but might as well tell you guys it here early. Keep up with our TikTok for some of the great ideas that we'll be putting out, guys. But one of the trade ideas that I did is on First Solar. And there's a really I don't even know. Josh, should I tell him the really like secret detail that most people don't know? It's about Google and a solar farm. I don't even know. Should I give him? Should you guys want the juice?
I mean,
You guys want the juice?
I like
Well,
some juice.
let's just say Google is doing a deal. One of the largest solar projects in the whole American history, right? There's never been a project like this. It just broke ground. And there's one specific stock that's doing the solar panels for the largest project ever. It's right there. First Solar. Most people don't know that. It was hidden deep inside the readings. And another thing you needed to see is who else was also on the grounds when they were cutting the tape of the construction. There was somebody else there. It's going to be released on that TikTok, so don't miss it. I'm not going to give that one up because there's definitely some hidden details that most are not looking in this solar trade. And I think this could be one of the biggest trades in the AI space. So keep your eyes to see what happens. Solar getting a nice little bounce back trade today. NXT back up there. You could look at like ENPH, right? You could look at like a lot of these solar names kind of getting a nice little lift. Let me see what's actually leading. If I look at the leaders, NXT, SPWR, Array, so good action, bounce back day in some solars.
Speaking of bounce back day, Tesla's having a ripper.
Guess who was calling Tesla right in the pre-market? You know it, your boy, money making Mitch.
Nice double
Let's go.
shape into yesterday. Yeah, that's a huge move. Nice move.
That's the run before the earnings. That's everyone's scared because it's been washing out, right? So, and that right there shows you more and more what, right? That's just straight offer, right? That's just buy program on.
Woo-hoo, still rolling.
And this is going to help, of course, that MAGS trade, right? That MAGS trade, look how it's going higher and continuing to hold, right? Yesterday it dips back, it recovers today. We'll look to see if the MAGS can continue pushing right back to the upside. If Google can go strong here, that's really what we need. We need a Google rip. So Tesla's strong. We need the Google ripping above 350s, and sayonara goes the Bears.
Oh, is this
The
right?
Bears.
Is that live? SpaceX? Oh yeah, is that what's going on? Oh, they're launching a rocket right now.
Ah,
Oh,
Right now, as we speak.
Yeah, like it just loaded up X.
Yeah, it
Twitter
doesn't matter as much anymore.
there. Well, they dropped 7% when they delayed the launch. So if the
It's
launch
just
goes well, then probably
what the pop 7% because the launch went well.
it goes back to that IPO price.
well, it's up 7% right now.
All right, my lucid dreamers. All right, my lucid dreamers.
Right, so this was
the truth
if
is
you go on
that
the chart. This was
what's that going to change, right?
Well, it just
What's
could
that
reverse.
one launch going to change?
It could just do the exact right. This is the candle, like Jesse was saying. They said, okay, we're delaying the launch, and it was boom right down. So that was from what 132 down to 125 in like it happened. I looked back, it happened in like a 5-minute candle or something. And then now that the launch is happening, and if nothing blows up, I don't know. Does it retrace all of it? Probably not, but it maybe gets back into the 129s or something.
And the thing to look at too at SpaceX is that daily. It's every single day. It's made significant. It's made drops every single day. It would be nice to see it curl back up a little bit.
Well, that's what I'm not. Again, I'm not thinking this rips back to highs. I don't even know if it ever clears this 149 kind of resistance it has here. But that was the premise of buying it, is that this thing was, if you looked at any indicator, this was deep oversold, and then it's going to gap down. And the whole premise of the strategy is that if you test, that gap represents a local low like 60 some odd percent of the time. So it just makes sense. You take your shot there. Anytime you're doing mean reversion, you don't expect it to bounce all the way back to new highs, or if it does, great, good for you. But for me, this is more of just a a quick hit if everything goes well, and that's just well enough for some shorts, because it's basically a short covering pop is what you're trying to get. And if you're short and this was down like 10 days in a row and then it gaps down, you're probably going, you know what, let me just take a little bit off the table here, let me pay myself a bit. And that's what can cause these bounces. You get bottom pickers coming in, but then you also just get those shorts that are just like, listen, it's enough. I've had enough. I want out. And they just they take their shot and they move out. If that's what happens, it's great. And yeah, that's what we're seeing here. So,
and good job, Shaw, after recognizing that Tesla is bullish today. That's the hard part sometimes, is like he was thinking it was at the top. He's thinking it's at the top, so he's getting some losers, and then he turns around. He's like, no, actually, I need to change my thesis here a bit. This thing is bullish. It's still going. So
it's hard to do, but it's important.
Yeah.
Good job.
It's hard to flip. It's hard to flip a bias on a dime like that. So good job, Shaw.
It's important, right?
Yeah,
that kind of like pigheadedness and inability to, move from positions. That's like the quickest way to make sure you never make it as a trader. So if you can find yourself doing it, whatever you need to do to have, maybe I was wrong, try to take the other side of it, just the better you'll be, the happier you'll be.
It's just a tough one, though, I will say, because you can get into that over trading real quick. So make sure that you're doing it with a strategy too, right? Like you don't just go, I lost, so now I got to go long.
Sure.
Make sure you're using a strategy to go long then, right? Because I think that's what some traders will do. They'll reverse, but they're not using a strategy for the entry. They're just like, oh, now I lost, so I got to go long.
Yeah.
Well, and most
So that's
people
not
will
going to be
do
the
like
recipe for success, right?
a number of losers cap per strategy makes sense. Like, hey, if I lose 3 times on
3 strikes and you're out, baby. I'm a baseball player.
Yeah, that's enough, right? Because if you try to long it, it doesn't work, and you try to short it, it doesn't work, and you try to buy it again, it doesn't work. It's probably just
trade.
Put it away for a day, right? Come
back to that Blood Diamond. Do you want short sleeve or long sleeve? Not a good decision. Either way.
You just keep.
And actually, a good movie, Blood Diamond. There we go. Throw that out there.
Dude, one of the craziest movies.
That's good.
If you haven't seen that one, I mean, I don't know what you're doing, but that's definitely one of those. Look at Micron, baby. Look at Micron. Can we do it today, baby?
Trying to get back to higher days.
I'm just trying to get my 20K account back up. Let's go. Get it back up there. Micron, looking for the highs. It's all about the SK Heine. It's all about the Heine. Can the Heine do it, guys? Can Micron break through the highs here? Can SNDK get up there? Can we get to the 1600? That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for too much more. Let's get up there. Let's do it. Let's rock and roll. How are we going to do it? We're going to do it with a new high on the Qs, and we're going to do it with Google going green. Can Google go green? I'm calling it here. Google goes green. I'm looking for it. You guys come yelling at me on X at MoneyMitch_TTP.
High day, just tapped it.
Yeah, we keep
get it.
We did, the last 5-minute candle was us trying to get through that high a day and reversing, and let's just
5 minutes. What are you on the 5 minutes now, dude?
Well, this is how I always look. For the last 2 years we've been hanging out, I look at this chart on the Qs, and I'll do it tomorrow. Too.
It's a little short time frame now. I think if you stick to the 15s and the 30s now, I think that does you a lot better after the first 30 minutes of the market, because it keeps you not like getting too out of your skis, right? For one candle. Right, I think a lot of times when we get around these times, traders stick in these small time frames that can really kind of get you trappy. Look, you see a little move down, you're like, oh my god, I'm coming down. Nah, just stick on the longer range. Even the hourly at this point, you can really see the range better. Right, that will show you more up and down. We've been chopping between the range on plenty of names. Right, so you see the hourly up, hourly down, hourly up, hourly down, right? Range set, right? And so that's what I'll be looking at on the Qs. range. The range, the support's right here, the resistance is right here. Clear as day, right? Chop in between, as long as we can stay in this zone, we're looking good, right?
Yeah,
We were
it's
talking
all the
about a
time frame
reversal,
of your trades, right? There's no time frame that's good. There's no time frame that's bad. If you're looking to trade for a while, use a longer term chart. If you're trying to trade for faster trades, use a short term chart, right? For me, when I analyze the first hour or so, keep it on the 5 minute. I don't trade off any of these. I don't trade off any time frame chart, right? I have a robot that trades.
No worries,
for
man.
me, but you just
I can't blame you.
so
Like
just
Tack
keep
says, I'll let the quant be quant. Let quants be quant.
this stuff. I've got the SpaceX thing up on the corner of this monitor. It's so cool. They're doing like where it's landing back down on the thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's just so wild to me. It doesn't matter for the price of the stock, but it's just so cool that
Yeah, I think I got desensitized to the rockets as they kept, flying out in my backyard.
Oh, it's so.
You're right.
I've seen enough SpaceX rockets, dude. Trust me. I've seen like at least 50 launches. So it gets to the point where it's like a launch. Okay. They're just doing what they always do, dude. They launch these things left and right now.
Are you near the
And very
Cape
few.
area? Are you near Cape? You don't have to dock yourself, but are you around?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, dude. I used to be really close. Like I used to be like 10 minutes, like look in your backyard and you see rockets. Like
We stayed on vacation months ago. And we got to watch some rockets. So
It's funny how
it was kind of fun. It was pretty cool.
Well, that's what it's funny how everyone
it's cool,
desensitized
isn't it?
to I got a buddy of mine who's in Colorado and he comes over here and he sees the ocean. He's like, that's the craziest thing in the world. I'm like, I live on an island. It's there all the time. And the same thing if I go and I see the mountains, I'm like, that's
you gotta
so
go
cool.
see the world, man. Go see the
And
world.
he's like, yeah, it just shows that wherever you are, the other thing is cool because it's just how novelty works.
Exactly.
Like I think those mountains are amazing. He's like, yeah, I look out my window, I see them every day. It's just different,
Hey,
right? Different stuff for everyone,
Yeah.
go see things, dude. That's what I would
Yeah.
say. Right? Go see the world. There's a reason why I love the mountains and the ocean. I think those are the two best places to be in the world. You either need to be near an ocean or you need to be near the mountains.
And Josh and I have neither in the Midwest.
Well, you guys need to get moving, baby. We'll get you moving. You're working remote, right?
That's why I go on
tying you
vacation,
down?
man. That's why I do
What's
vacation.
tying you down, baby? That's what I'll say. Keep working remote and don't get tied down. That's been the best thing that has ever happened to me in life. In the last 8 years, I can go wherever the hell I want. And I have, all right? And I think that's important, guys. So get yourself that freedom if you don't have it already. That's what trading can do for us, right? It can get us that freedom, right? It can get us that push, right? So that's already it for us, guys. 707, Q's recovering. I'm leaving you, Josh, with the Q's at the high. So, Josh, those shoulders better be strong today, baby. I hope you got some good lifting in. If we got to get you some milk, whatever we need, got milk, get strong, baby. Let's go. Let's go. We need to do like a little got milk commercial with Steve with that stash.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, don't crash us, guys. Have a good
Don't
J&J
crash us.
show.
Yeah, we will.
Hold it.
See you guys tomorrow. Have a blast.
Yep.
See you guys.
Take off, and that'll be the last remaining.
Well, I'll hold the VWAP. How about that?
Yeah, you just hold VWAP. That's all you got to do.
Hold VWAP.
Hold that VWAP, baby.
VWAP.
Hold it.
Let's go ahead and let's get into this though real quickly. How about this? If you haven't ever seen one before, it is a sight to see. All right, there we go.
9, 8,
Yeah.
8.
I still think these launches are pretty cool, but for someone like Mitch and others, it's probably like a plane up in the sky. You know, I live right next to an airport, so I see
And
planes
lift
all the
off
time.
left Falcon 9. Go
it's
SpaceX, go
beautiful.
Starlink.
Watch out, smoke! It's smoky, guys. Oh man, I just can't imagine like literally just seeing that in person, just to see how that build up. You know, yeah, just to see a couple in person would be cool for sure. And I love how now the world we live in now. Yeah, you like like Michael was saying, you get to see the whole launch and then them kind of release everything here, right? And slowly as it gets through the whole entire process, you get to see for those flat earthers out there, they start to see the curvature in the earth But yeah.
What? You're not a flat earther?
Oh, no flat
What the-
earther here. No flat earther
Here's a
here.
flat. I'm just trying to stir up some
Yeah, I know.
controversy.
But no, then it
Maybe
shows,
someone in the chat will be like, I'm a flat earther.
I know. Let me tell you something. I've seen the Antarctica mountains. I've seen the aliens. And yeah, just to see this is so cool. Where it's coming
so
back
cool.
and landing. You know, how cool is that to see this? So they have got cameras all over the place to watch that. So that was really cool. Really cool. Hey.
That's very cool.
Yeah, I mean, just that random launch getting like 100,000, views right there, essentially for SpaceX Twitter. But yeah, nice move for SpaceX back up today. And yeah, look, good correlation. I mean, you see that with the delayed of the launch, when it comes down. Do you really think launches? It's like, and even I was saying it the other day on my live stream, like it's just weird to see how a launch would have that big of an effect to have that sort of a pullback. But it did, and then to see the day that it's happening and we get to move up. With the launch, so to speak, and it launches on up. So SpaceX, good move today. One I've been looking at as well as the other one is Tesla. Just really good moves, sharp movement. Very similar charts too on the way up today, and building up this kind of top upper resistance area as well. And then still my main play of the day, which of course in the small cap sector is been VivK. Came out with news this morning, if I'm not mistaken, doing something with crude oil. So it's recurring crude oil marketing programs. Had 709 million in annualized commercial activity. So that's some good big numbers. And of course, then you add oil in. It's just one of those things here recently. If you talk about oil, well, that's just a huge topic of course, discussion with the war and the Iran and of course everything going on with that. But good move up today overall. Still holding our main demand area right here that I've had in for hours now. Waited to see if we would actually bounce at it. Earlier in the morning right here. So we had this area, built up and we ran to new highs. This is where I told everyone, just wait, come back down. This will be your main liquidation area to get filled off these candles, and really can make it higher if you want to. And you can maybe put the zone into there. I always like going a little bit lower off those wicks and ended up being very, very nice. And we're still holding this area. Really the only thing moving in small cap sector as of right now. Myself, that's what I'm looking at. Shaw, you've touched a satellite before? What does that mean, touch satellite? What does that mean?
It's like touching grass, but just the opposite.
Okay, I love it. I
don't know. That might not be true.
I love it. All right. But how we doing, Snowman? Buy in on VIVK. At this point, this was your dip area, so you had a chance there, Snowman, just a little bit ago. This is what I called out. If you've missed it, right? I think it was somewhere in this area. Money Mitch spun it over to me, and I gave my little spiel of what I was looking at so far today, and boom, we came right back on down, and we tapped this area yet again. I wouldn't chance it for a third and fourth time, right? So this is overall, you're getting to the third really time, right? So that's why you can see it's weaker. Now the fourth and fifth time, I would wait. I'd wait for this to come back down if you're looking to buy in on this play. The juice has been juiced out on this. We haven't seen a lot of good all-day runners recently in the small cap sector, and we're gonna have that. We're gonna have days, weeks, essentially. I know Michael D. Ryder was ranting the other day about we're not getting 100% mover. It was really slow. Well, we're now getting them 100% movers. They're just not really running throughout the day with the PR play. The only one that ran without a PR recently was a ZYBD play. And ZYBT yesterday, and this was just a halt fest bonanza. I mean, this is literally dun bonanza. Look at it this morning, and look at this yesterday. Right? There's not a lot of good chart structure there. It ran all day, but it had no PR. There's no reason for it to be up, and so you're seeing a lot more of that here recently. Plays are just cracking back on down, and then you have your run of the mill plays like kids that. There go the kids, so to speak, and then you got hi ho. It's down we go.
They had a good headline. A buddy of mine sent me the headline. It got him bullish on it, and So and then kids faded though, which is unfortunate. But
yeah,
what a strong headline.
Yeah, and that's the thing with that's why I've said that for the longest time. I don't trade PRs. I look at them and I take it with a very small grain of salt. Usually, as always, it's going to be momentum. It's going to be where the mob wants to go to. They will usually decide it, not the PR, unfortunately. And unfortunately, too, going back to kids, you can see VIVK, 15 minutes before the opening bell, its PR comes out, pretty good PR, and it goes Banana Joe's from 150-60 area all the way up to 5. So you get a $4 pop just in a blink of an eye. So no offense, but if you're in kids, that thing just went $4 before you could even pull your zipper up. You're in the bathroom, you can't even get the pants back up. This thing ain't even gone, but maybe, and I know percentage-wise it's gone a lot, but it's only gone 60 cents. But what I always say, what have you done for me lately? While you're still in kids waiting to do something, it's just downtrend city. Then right about right here is we're in this downtrend for almost 2 hours now, which we hit the 2 hour mark right at the opening bell that we've been in this downtrend. Anyway, right about 15 before the opening bell, what happens? The worst thing that you'd have happen if you were a kid's long-term investor or just, trying to buy, you want the play to go up. Well, VIVK goes Banana Joe's and goes from 1 to 5 in a blink of an eye. Do you think anyone's going to want to come over here and trade this at the opening bell now?
Nope.
Nope. No. And then you get the sell-off as VIVK does what? Opening bell, you see kids go ripping and roaring to the bottom side. Why? Because VIVK was doing the opposite and ripping and roaring right there and moving up. So that's your mob shift. That's exactly what I mean by mob shift. And you're going to get that in the small cap sector. And you've got to learn to, then wait for your setup to come. I had guys in my lobby try to get the short up top, didn't get it, but they were scalping long. They were getting some scalps along the way, which I love. And I was saying, hey, I'm just going to wait for my bounce play. That's kind of my style. I'm waiting for what I want. I want to draw a picture, and this is the picture I want to draw. And I'm waiting for that picture essentially to unfold. But
when I was trading small caps a few months ago, just to reiterate your point as well, it was the one thing that I noticed was getting trade alerts, and those alerts were so important because it would be like, there's the hot small cap stock that's moving at the moment, and then all of a sudden a different stock will take its place, and everybody like vultures just goes to that other stock. So getting those trade alerts in the small cap sector is very important.
Yeah, and this would be the other area I like a lot. It's not as built up is that great, but it's still showing me the same thing. So Snowman, this is your other add-in area. So if I could put another box, I'd put my box around 450 to 460, 470. I should say 470 to around 440, somewhere in this area right here. Opening price, this little lower shadow. Other than that, watch for the only thing we have form in here, and I'm going to leave these lines in. Why? Because when we pop back up, I may fail at one of these uptrend channels. Now, again, one of them is just the trend line, but the other one was kind of, you can see the top of what could be, and you can put it tighter. I really will, actually, for right now, I'm just going to get rid of that one. But this we may pop into. So what you want to see here, Snowman, the main thing I would be looking for is a break of what? And then a reclaim of the downtrend line. So watch for a break of this and a push up. So we push up, then watch for a move back down and bounce off of the VWAP and maybe the downtrend. Those would be your two add-ins. Would be the breakout play potentially here, or just wait for the dip back on down. There you go. And oh my gosh, former runner, CPHI. You can spell one word with it. If you could spell one word, what first word comes to your mind with CPHI?
CPHI. Chipper? Like the wood chipper?
Well, just chip. Just, yeah.
Chip.
You remember when you would get those.
If you scramble the letters around, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and if I where you'd get ASMK, and you'd be like, "What's that?" And you'd be like, "Mask." Anyway. But yeah, you're like, yeah. So chip. I always just call it chip. CPHI, former runner here. This probably has no news. I think this is most likely Asian Chinese, but yeah, and it's called China Pharmaceutical, essentially holding. So yeah, shocking. This play has no news. It's up. It's spiking away there. It's halted up right now. The resumption price is going to be right around 330. No actual gap up. The resumption price will be 12 after in 15 seconds. So it doesn't matter where you're at in this fine world. You're at 1300 or you're at 3. It doesn't matter. It's the last two digits that matter the most. And that would be...
Scrabble.
Yeah. 12 after 15 seconds. 12 after 15 seconds for CPHI. Not my cup of tea. It's kind of in the same boat as ZYBT. Leave those alone for the most part. Every once in a while, I'll dabble in them. Let's see. Trevor Clark got the bounce. This is over on my live stream. Going back to it finally. Got the bounce. Not much, but got 584 to 618. Green and happy. There he goes. Got a little something. Jesse, what have you traded today? You know what I'm all over. Yeah, Nigel's all over it. Chip, that is it. 100%. What's up, day trade with Tony? Nigel, Snowman, Tack from earlier. If you're still sticking around, I don't know if you are still around. Takasito. Yeah, you get any trades in today, brother?
I did, yes. If we switch over to my screen, I traded MU this morning. I did one trade, and I am sharing my screen. There we go. Boom. Awesome. Okay, so I wait for the first 15 minutes to kind of just watch what MU does. As it looks bullish, I'm waiting for that potential dump and then maybe at a retracement go into it long. So I wait. This is the 1 minute chart. I get in right about here at the 633 mark, and I add to my position. I'm going long. But it pulls against me, and it pulls against me pretty heavy. It taps and goes to the VWAP, But at that point, I'm like, okay, either we're going to break and we're going to break the VWAP and we're just going to fall, and then I'm going to be in really big trouble by adding to my position, or VWAP is going to find some support here. Well, I averaged down at about right at the VWAP again. I add more shares. I did about 20 additional shares. Started with 5, went to 10, and then I added 20. So the point at which, of course, I need to make profit is about 931-ish or so. I finally do. And I start taking profit off the table at 932, 933. It's still kind of doing some floundering stuff. I like staying in profit, so I take a little bit more off the table, and then I let the last bit just run. I just don't touch it. I move my stop loss up. I'm in profit, and then I take the remainder off at 938. And so that's the one trade that I took today, averaging down and getting it. So I like averaging down, but it either really works or it can really work against you if it continues to go bearish. But the way that this thing was moving in the pre-market, the way MU was showing strength as well as the rest of the semiconductors, I didn't think we were going to have just a pop and fade for the whole day. And so it paid off. It went well.
Nice. Good job. Yeah, a little averaging in right there. A little DCA in, and then definitely good job letting the last bit run there. Congratulations getting that move back on up. I like it. Like it. Good job there. And that's your only trade for the day?
That's the only trade so far. Yep. Now I'm still watching MU. Looks like we just made a new high, 954 now, so that's great, up over 10% today. My DRAM swing position is still down, but nice to see DRAM is somewhat recovering, as well as the semiconductors, because that's obviously where that's going to make or break DRAM. That's essentially what the ETF is, and make a new high a day as well with DRAM right now at 58.31.
What was it, 64? I know you averaged down again. Didn't you average in on this a little bit again?
Yeah, we're in like $67. So okay. We're still far. We're still $9 off of our position.
Well, let's work our way back up. I think we got the pullback that was needed there overall, and it came down to a really nice area, that 50 handle like I liked. I really would have liked to see 47 even on DRAM on the move down there. But hey, got the move. Now it's doing its thing, kind of making that move up. Testing a little bit of the downtrend that I'm seeing here coming up too as well. That was a little micro downtrend we've created overall in the last few days. Really this month, I guess I really should say. And reversing off my 50 EMA really nicely here. So if we get back above that, break the downtrend, watch for this to move back up to 62.50 and then potentially even 65, 66 area. Then Jesse's really going to be cooking and looking
then it will look nice. But poor day trade with Tony. He's revenge trading right now. No, Tony. He says DFNS is mad and already cost me today. He's revenge trading it. He wants his money back. So careful out there, Tony.
It's my money. I need it now. Don't forget, coming up here in about
there
15.
It is. He got it back.
15
Good job,
minutes,
Tony.
Book of the week, Stock Market Wizards by Jack Schwager. So here coming up in about 15 minutes of Stock Market Wizards by Jack Schwager. Jesse will have a little 10-minute presentation for us. And, of course, smash that like button. We get 50 likes on today's live stream. I'm going to give away 25. I mean, I should say I'll give away one 25K account.
How many? Woo!
50 of them. Smash that like button if you get to 50 likes today, which I'm thinking we're going to get there. Because why? This afternoon we got the earnings stream. Jesse's going to be with Alejandra and Steve. Got a good round of earnings this afternoon. We'll give away a 25K eval. Again, smash the like button. Give away a 25K eval. And Jesse, real quickly too, this is great. I mean, if you want to get your little inside for earnings, smash your way on over to the like button. But other than that, smash your way over to the description in today's live stream. And what you'll find there is Explore the Earnings Beat by Trade the Pool. And that's right. Look at this. We have all the earnings. The little orange section, pre-market, the bluer section, after close, right? You can see it's even labeled for you, and you can just click on, say, I have to log back in. But you can click on the chart, and when it'll give you can do prediction prices like we always have been doing. Also, on top of the fact, it breaks down the whole entire stock for you, so you don't have to go anywhere. This is your whole entire earnings right here for you. You can then, of course, have different sectors, right? You can have different upcoming or already reported. What weeks, you can just go to certain weeks instead of having, if you want to go out and look weeks ahead, we've got you covered, team. So if you're just wanting to look for a certain ticker, you can have that set up like this if you want to as well. If you like it that way, or if you like it this way, right? There's many different ways that you can have it set up. So go on over, smash the like button, and while you're there, click the earnings beat, sign up today. you have earnings at your fingertips Monday through Friday for the rest of eternity.
It's beautiful.
Yes, it is very beautiful. And just levels I was talking about here, Jesse, as we zoom back on in, right? We got this little micro downtrend I can see we're trying to test here, maybe even break out of. Then we got that 50 that has been holding us down. If we could break both at the same time, we're going to pop back up into this area somewhere right around 62, 50 to around 63-ish or so. And then through that, we're going to find our move up to the 66 or so handle. And like I said, that is when this full downtrend is broken, and maybe a possible, depends on what time frame you're in, kind of this little inverse head and shoulder starts to form. So watch for the downtrend break right here. Watch for the 50 break for the move back up to 62.50. We come back, retest, form shoulder number 2, work our way back on up through 66, and then even maybe back up to 73.50. We're into Jeffy over there. Jesse is taking some profit at the 73 or so handle.
That's right, Joshy. That's right, brother. Just taking some profit, baby. Taking some profit all day long.
Oh, no. I got to go back to CPHI. Halted up yet again. Let's see how far this Chinese play can go. The higher it goes, I will short this. If this can continue to climb higher and higher into the skyer and skyer, I will, the first halt down, I will stab in at this for a big reversal. So let's keep an eye on CPHI. We have CPHI resumption time. Going to be 23 after on the dot. 23 after on the dot. No gap up, but 23 after on the dot is when we will resume. And I'm keeping my eyes glued.
I'll be right back, brother.
He says, I'll be right back. All right. CPHI is rolling, though. Looking nice. Looking good. We're looking good here. Go back to we'll go 1 minute. We'll zoom her in a little bit. Get her zoomed in, zoomed out. Know what I'm talking about. Tony, glad you got back that money. That's always a good feeling in there. You get exactly, and you're like, I am done with you. You are blacklisted for the rest of the day. I may go back to you at some point in time in eternity, but right now I'm done with you. I hate you. I'm glad I got green. Back to even, you know. What's up, Tyler? How we doing? Yeah, hit that like button. Come on, hit it. ASTS and attack asking earlier. Man, I have everything labeled that. I don't really have to go. Just because I'm attacking the same stuff every day. Now there's hundreds of ways, right? To I mean, I guess there are 100 plus ways to skin a cat. But for me, there's only like 3 or 4 ways to skin my cat. I like to skin it the same way every time. And so I'm waiting for that setup to form. And when that setup forms, then I attack the cat. That's so terrible. But you get my point. And so I wait for those setups. They're so just ingrained into the membrane, so to speak, at this point. I know exactly what I'm looking for. Like this, CPHI. I'm just waiting for that first big red candle down, and we halt down. And then it's the death candle of doom, you know. Just we've seen it far too often. Going back to, say, VIVKs of the world and trading this and understanding, finding those bounce areas well ahead of time, you know, boom, you know, and we have that opportunity. And now let's go to a 3-minute time frame. That way it kind of makes that look a little sexier for my liquidation sweep zone. But look, we're still holding it perfectly. And this is it. And I don't know if Snowman, you took it. We didn't quite get that back test to the downtrend there, but there's the downtrend break, right? So it's either wait for the sell-off and just get the new reloaded, a new area we can reload at, or take the downtrend break. But this is, you know, just beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm still keeping this uptrend channel line and the downtrend line in. Why? This is going to become support on the way down, and I want to see if it does. It should. And on the way up this uptrend channel, when it spikes up, being when we have upper shadows here and these wicks, I know this is probably going to be a selling point for me. So I want to keep it in there so when I get close to touching it, as close as I can get without getting bit, I'll take some profit there. ASTS, you say, is taken off, so we have some space. Space plays moving today. Well, about time. You know, this play has been a little dead in the water, in my opinion, over the last few weeks. Moving its way back on down here as we move into July and June there. Yeah, right. Pretty good pullback. It's due. And like DRAMs of the world, these plays, in my opinion, are not due, but overall, they're in that area, too, of the chart, in my opinion. Cycle. To get the dips, right? This should have been the dip, and it was. And this was beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Now we're going to previous low area in the node. Right down here, way down yonder in the Chattahoochee. It gets hotter than a hoochie coochie. Well, that's
Oh,
it.
Alan Jackson. I just don't have. I never took to that song, but gosh, he's a good songwriter.
Oh God, he is a good songwriter, and I did take
Love
to that
him.
song as a kid.
Did you like that one? Did you like it?
That and some.
I'm always like Chattanoochie, Chattahoochee, what?
Yes, and what was the Brooks and Dunn song that was so popular as a kid for us?
Neon Moon.
Neon Moon. There was another one too that I loved. That
Boot
was
Scoot Boogie.
Boot Scoot Boogie. That's it.
That's it.
Boot
Yeah,
Scoot
yeah.
Boogie.
Yeah, I like that one a little bit more. There is a question. Tyler wants to know, how is Marvell doing? Tyler, Marvell has made a new high a day at 209, and it still looks like it's pushing. So it's up over 7% right now.
Yeah, you want to pull it up?
Yeah, I can pull it up.
Pull it up, take a look at it, break it down for them, give them the goods.
Yep, absolutely.
Give them the damn goods.
Absolutely. Let's just, it looks like I'm sharing my screen.
You are. I got it up.
You got it up? Cool.
I was ready for it. I want you to.
So, Tyler, this is a 1 minute chart. You asked how Marvell's doing. Looks like we're following this 9 EMA here really, really well. We're, of course, above VWAP. It's looking pretty strong. Yeah, so it looks like we hit 209.28. And we are headed up to, this is a pre-market high, 209.93. So we'll see if we can tap pre-market highs, get above them. That would be great. But yeah, again, up over 7% today with Marvell, and looking for more. I think as long as we can really hold the 9, hold the 20, not fall too far below. Right now, it looks like we're in just a little momentary consolidation, trying to figure out what we're going to be doing next. But yeah, it's definitely a good. It's nice and bullish. It's been nice and bullish now for the last at least 25 minutes or so.
Yeah, day trade's all over it. Day trades is like day trade with Tony's like, what? Come on. Every person in here smash that like button. Everybody, get on it.
Everybody.
We're getting there. We're up to 33. Should we get to maybe 35-ish by now? Jumped in CPHI. Yes, I did as well. So I jumped in on CPHI. Let's see if we get some more movement on down. That's another one good, Joe. They can break it hard and just don't think you understand.
It's a good one.
If you tell my heart, if you break it hard.
There was just nothing like 90s country music. Especially summertime, I play it, you go outside, it's 85, 90 degrees or whatever. You turn on some 90s country music, man, and it's like, it's like walking back through childhood all over again.
Yeah. Oh, man, all the good Garth Brooks songs he had. He just was like, it was like one hit after another, that stretch he had there for a while. So, yeah, it was some good stuff in the early 90s, essentially into the mid to late 90s. Of course, then it seemed like the mid to late 90s, you'd see a lot of females took off, from Faith Hill, Shania Twain. Yeah. So
honestly, this is the best country song of the 90s to me still is Strawberry Wine. I love Strawberry Wine. That to me encapsulates all of country music in one song. You get the nostalgia, you get the beauty of it, you get a little twang to it, you get a love story, you get a breakup, you get everything in it. And Dina Carter and Strawberry Wine, man, it just doesn't get any better than that.
Strawberry Wine. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a classic. It's a good one. I don't. There's just too many. I don't know if I like even like songs and movies. Or music, however you want to label it, with movies though as well. Like, what's your favorite movie ever? What's your favorite song ever? I just there's just too many good ones.
It's too tough to call.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and VIVK, here we go, team. I talked about it. VIVK, back over to it, swinging back over. She's a working out here. Loving it here. That 680 or 580, $596 area, working out beautifully, moving back up, scaling out. My next scale out zone, I really want this back up around 750 or so.
Looks like we're on my screen, just so you know, Josh, if you're trying to show up, brother.
Cool.
And Tack, Patsy Cline, man. I can still listen to Patsy Cline. What a voice.
Yeah, I think we talked about that. That was one of your favorite voices ever.
I think it's one of the best voices ever, actually. At least in the last 50 years,
Well, yeah, that's all. To me, that's all time. I don't know if there's anything 50 plus years ago that's even.
I don't know what they sounded like 1,000 years ago.
1,000 years ago.
I know what they sounded like about 50. Ever since we were able to get recordings. Isn't that funny? Humanity literally has no chronicle record of voice, sound, or pictures. True pictures. Obviously, we have paintings, okay, and they're great, but like in statues. But we have no one 500 years ago took a picture of themselves, right? Like, impossible.
Yeah.
Nobody has a voice recording of who's what did George Washington's voice sound like, right? We don't have that.
He sounded like this right here. He sounded like he.
Wouldn't that be something of a real high pitched little thing?
Yeah.
Hello, America. Here I am.
I am this apple tree. Watch out, man. I'm the beast. I took everybody out of. I beat their ass in wars. They didn't want to mess with me. I was the shit. Yeah, it's funny. Oh, Waylon Jennings is good. Willie Nelson, that's good. Some good classic stuff. Yeah. There's some good old names back in the day. I mean, yeah, of course you go even back to like say the like the Sinatras and the Sammy Deans.
Oh,
yeah. There's so many
Pack.
good voices out there.
Sam Cooke.
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
man.
Yeah.
Love Sam Cooke.
Yes,
Looks like Marvell is tapping that pre-market high now. It is still moving just right along.
Yeah, she's looking good. Yeah, same with VIVK. Same with VIVK here. Both these plays looking pretty good that we're looking at. And just really across the board, we've got some decent movers today and some decent action back, at least in the large cap sector. Some decent movers today. I mean, even back to ASTS, I know we're talking about ASTS, which of course, we have SpaceX moving up, but ASTS, look at it. It's smacking, it's a rocking, it's a rolling, it's new high of day going right now. That's been getting SpaceX going back to it in the launch just after we moved away from it a few minutes ago. Boom, it just roared to new high of day. It's got the space plays going, kind of recovering. You got your DRAM and some and MUs and some semis recovering today with some nice, good green moves back on up. So yeah, nice. Love it, brother. Love it, brother.
Love it.
Hey, brother.
Little Hulk Hogan action. Love that.
Brother.
So good.
Yeah, 100%, my man. 100%. Nothing like some good Hulkster action.
He really had a resurgence of career there, especially towards the end. Netflix they dropped a really good documentary on him.
Yeah, we watched
that. It's still, yeah, so did we. It's so weird that he's gone. Like he was getting back in the forefront on like Instagram and pushing his new beer and stuff. And
yeah.
And then it was like, oh, cool, Hulk Hogan, he's back. This is cool. And then, oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
And now he's gone forever.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, because even watching that for half a second, I was like, you do one of those, he died, didn't he? Like,
oh, yeah.
Yeah. Hold on, he's not, I forgot, like, yeah, because, I mean, watching it, just like, of course, before the end of it, but, like, yeah, we put it on, like, oh, yeah, cool, I forgot about they're doing this, and we're watching it, and then, like, you're watching, I think maybe in Avery asked, didn't he die, or something along, before he gets to even the end of it, and I'm like, oh, yeah, we don't have the Hulkster with us anymore, dang it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and somehow Ric Flair is still rocking and rolling. And I'll never forget.
He's still going.
Yeah, and I don't know if you watched that thing that ESPN did. They did like a 30 for 30 kind of thing back. They did something I remember seeing on Ric Flair. Maybe it was just wrestling, but there's a segment you can pull it up right now. Like you can YouTube it. Ric Flair. I forgot. Let me just go to YouTube so I know what it is that I always type because it immediately comes up because I've searched for it before. Ric Flair. Yeah, Ric Flair. 60 for 60 going to see doctor about drinking. And so he goes to see like just a normal psychiatrist. This is like in his 30s, whatever. This is forever ago. So he goes to see his some doctor, and like the normal doctor, essentially gets to well, how much do you drink? And he says, I have, he like, oh, you've got to go see it. It's like I'm just gonna pull it up again so I can kind of verbatim whatever he said, because he like essentially just the doctor is just like, hold on, you've been doing. He said essentially by the time that was over, I was the one giving the interview, and the doctor was the one.
You still have a good time and socialize without drinking?
Let's listen to this real quickly.
I go to the sports psychologist, and so you do this initial paperwork, how many times you met.
You ask him just normal questions, right? And essentially, how much do you do this? How much do you do that? And he's like, how much do you drink?
And then that's the first question, right? Then, so how much do you drink a day?
How much you drink a day?
I said, I'll drink at least 10 beers and probably 5 mixed drinks.
Probably 5 mixed
drinks. He said, well, how many days a week do that?
He said, how many days a week do that? Well, I do it every day.
He said, well, how do you mean every day?
He said, you do it every day. He said, what do you mean I do it every day?
I drink the beer in the car, I get to the hotel,
I drink the beer on the way on the work.
He came out of his chair like that.
He said, you drink? And before the match, I go to the hotel and have him 5 drinks. He said, he came out of his chair and he said, you drink every day.
7 days a week.
7 days a week.
365 days a year. And you've been doing that for how long?
He said,
well, let me see, it's 1989. I started in 72. You do the math, almost 20 years.
Almost 20 years. So essentially, this was in 1989. He's seen a sports psychologist. And since 1972, he has essentially about 10 beers a day and 5 mixed drinks every single day. And he's been
and he's still kicking. That's crazy.
And that guy is still alive somehow. Yeah, I'm like, and especially all the matches he's had throughout the years where you've seen.
Well, I think we're ready for our book segment.
Yes, we are.
I'm getting
ready,
word
bro.
from our
I'm
producer.
ready. Let's do it. Book of the week. Let's get to
it. Book of the week.
Well, down
All
here in
right.
the South, in the Book of the Week segment, come on over here. It almost sounds like True Blood. I don't know, that music. I just feel like we're in Louisiana, maybe Mississippi.
All of a sudden, it does sound like that, doesn't it?
Or True Detective. Remember the show True Detective? Another great
Oh,
show.
sure. Yeah.
Going back to
Absolutely.
those shows.
So, Book of the Week. Book of the Week is Stock Market Wizards. This one came out in about 2009, and we're going to be talking about a guy named Dr. Ari Keefe. It's the last chapter of the book, and what's interesting about Keefe is he was not a trader himself. He was a Harvard-educated psychiatrist and Cornell MD. He founded the Social Psychiatry Research Institute, and he was a psychiatrist who was appointed to the U.S. Olympic Sports Medicine Committee back in the 70s. He worked with Olympic athletes on mental performance, visualization, and handling fear of failure. And one of the things that he did was he was talking to I think it was a long jumper or one of these ski guys who could not get over a certain meter mark.
Right.
And the guy's like, physically, I can't do it. And so Ari's like, okay, well, I want you to think about doing it. I want you to visualize doing it. So the guy tried to go back and do that. And he said, okay, I couldn't do it at first, but then I really thought about it, how exactly I would move, how I would breathe. And so through repetition of visualization and thinking through it, he eventually, this ski jumper, he was actually able to make the mark and more. So Steve Cohen heard about Ari Keefe. He was hired by Steve Cohen at SAC Capital because Cohen believed that traders operate with that same high-pressure competitive environment that Olympic athletes do. And at SAC, Keefe ran weekly seminars and spent 3 full days a week working individually with groups and traders. One of Keefe's philosophy is Cohen had told Schwager, the writer of the Stock Market Wizards books, he said that many traders underperform not because of bad ideas, but because of personal psychological flaws that are holding them back. So as Keefe set about to work at SAC, his job was to remove those internal barriers. And this is Keefe's book, Trading to Win, which I haven't read yet, but I'm going to order soon, and then maybe we can do a thing on the book itself. Yes. But this insight was really great. Performance psychology developed for athletes, it transfers directly to trading. The same mental skills that turn good athletes into Olympic champions, they can make market wizards. So the parallel between the athlete and the trader, they both require assertiveness, self-reliance, mental resilience under extreme pressure, and also the ability to shift rapidly between intense focus, exertion, and calm recovery. We also, of course, we know this as traders, right? We have this fear of failure. It's a major limiter for both traders and also Olympic athletes. So Keefe used the same techniques with Olympic athletes, the rowers, the bobsledders, that he later used for traders. He helped Olympic athletes recognize and confront their fear of failure. He later saw the exact same pattern in traders who hesitated on these high conviction ideas, or they were just sizing their positions too small, even if their analysis was strong. So super helpful insight that I got from this chapter was traders must train the ability to move quickly from a state of anxiety or overanalysis into calm, decisive execution. So mental gear shifting is a trainable skill. It's not a personality trait. I think we get hung up in that, like, oh, well, I'm not that kind of person. I can't shift gears. Well, the mental gear shifting, it's actually a trainable skill. So here's one of the things that you can do that is actual, like a potential thing that all of us can work on doing, and it is promising the result. We set ambitious stretch goals for ourselves, not safe or comfortable goals, but really big goals that are going to stretch us. We make this commitment public to increase accountability and motivation. So not just like privately writing down your goal, putting it in a journal and saying, this is what I want to do this year. No, like get a mentor, get somebody in your circle and say, hey, this is what I'm going to do this year. This is what I'm going to do, and this is how I'm going to reach it. Because publicly declaring a goal, it eliminates this wiggle room where the self-doubt lies. It's easy to make these goals, right? It's actually, if you're trying to lose weight, trying to do whatever you're trying to do, and you tell yourself, okay, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to do it. But if I tell Josh, hey, Josh, I'm going to lose 10 pounds in 3 months, and here's my plan. All of a sudden, hey, I have to be accountable because Josh knows my goal now. He knows what I'm going to set out to do. So the goal becomes a higher standard against which you measure the daily performance. One part of the chapter that was super interesting was one trader, he made $28 million the previous year. Keith goes to him and he's like, okay, what's your goal for the next year? The trader goes, $50 million. And Keith's like, $50 million? The trader's like, well, and Keith pushed back. He's like, how much more? And the trader goes, I think I can make $100 million. And Keith made him say it out loud in front of his team, hey, we're going to make $100 million this year. The result, the trader did hit $100 million that year. So promising the result commits you to doing it, and it leaves you no alternative but to do it if you are going to live by your word. Public commitment removes the hidden safety net of, I'll try. It forces you to operate at a higher level. So you're trading to win versus trading not to lose. And this is extremely important. Being occupied with not losing, which I know at times, probably as traders, we all are, right? Our first thought is, hey, if I get in this trade, I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose. But being preoccupied with not losing, it interferes with winning. You need to trade to win, not merely to avoid losses. Yeah. And the visualization and mental rehearsal, they're powerful tools. They're the same techniques, as we said earlier, that are used by the Olympic athletes. Traders, they have to develop a centered trading, focused, disciplinary approach. Keith would have these traders, he would say, close your eyes, visualize, make the trades in your head. You're generating profits in your mind, right? So you're literally seeing charts in your head, which is probably not a far stretch from what most of us do anyway. I know I talked to Steve about it. He sees the Fibonacci when he sees mountains, right? So he would ask them, why weren't you bigger in the trades that worked? And this forced traders to confront their tendency to undersize winning ideas. So fear of loss creates hesitation, small position sizing, and premature exits. Because we don't want to lose, right? Trading not to lose, it's just a defensive mechanism. It caps our upside. And visualization isn't just some woo-woo kind of like, oh, you're just like, you're thinking through things. Like, no, like when you really think through things and you think about them on a successful basis and say, this is how I'm going to succeed doing this. There really is something to that. If you go to the gym and you work out and you're trying to either lose weight or get bigger or whatever you're doing, it's actually very helpful to think through things. I don't know if everyone does this, but I'll think through conversations that I'm going to have with someone, especially important conversations, and I will mentally start saying, I'm going to say this, I'm going to say that. If they say this, I'm going to say that. And that will typically help any given conversations that I have with people. So it's a mental rehearsal. It improves the real-world execution under pressure. The goal of a target isn't always to hit it exactly. It's to create a standard that pulls you higher. So, key takeaways and practical application. This is stuff that Keith came up with. One is to define a clear target, make it ambitious but specific. Develop a strategy aligned with that target. Implement daily disciplines consistent with the goal. Evaluate performance regularly against the standard. Make commitments public, as we said earlier, for maximum accountability. And use visualization daily to rehearse success in difficult scenarios. So, write down your stretch goals. Before the trading day, I thought this was important. Before the trading day, spend 5 minutes visualizing yourself executing the trades, right? Think about the process you potentially are going to be taking with these high conviction setups that might show themselves. What would you do? And what would you do to, one thing that I visualize is, okay, if I'm going to average down at a certain point, at what point do I say averaging down here is good? Or what do I say, oh, you know what, it doesn't actually show me on the charts and through price action that really averaging down is going to work in this particular case. So when you feel hesitation on a good idea, you need to ask, am I trading to win or trading not to lose right now? In tough markets, adjust the size of your goal if needed, but never abandon the commitment mindset. And finally, believing makes it possible, he said. To achieve a goal, you not only have to believe it is possible, but you also have to commit to achieving it. So, Ari Keefe, Stock Market Wizards book. This is, again, about from 2009. You can get it on Amazon. You can get it at Thrift Books. You can listen to the audio version. I actually have the physical book. I love reading physical books. Excellent read. I'll probably cover some other people that were actual traders, not just guys like Ari, but he was a bit of an anomaly and a purple squirrel. And I feel like, and as we discussed last week, trading psychology is extremely important. And Ari Keefe really really learned individual, and I think he helped a lot of traders, and I'm sure he can help all of us on here as well.
Boom. That was great, actually, in the end. That was a little something different. Wasn't expecting that, but that's, just shows you how key and big, how huge, essentially, however, whatever different adjectives you want to use, that psychology is when it comes to stock trading. I mean, it is the thing. I mean, you have to master it. It becomes one of those, like I said at first, one of the hardest things you don't think you're going to have to learn in stock trading. I think it's who you're going to become, like what kind of trader you're going to be. Figuring that out's huge, and just learning to be able to do that and be your own trader, and then building that psychology, that mental edge. Those two things, you don't think about that when you get into this, and then when you finally arrive at it, it's like a smack in the face. It hurts so bad. So it's just that was definitely a good chapter for sure. Any big key takeaway from you on it? Like anything that kind of dug into you, or something that maybe something you need to focus on that you read? And you're like, I need to work on that.
Jack says it sounds like half Freud and half New Testament. That's funny. Yeah, I think I do think there's something to be said for the visualization in really anything that we do. So like literally thinking through the trades that we're looking at, the charts, the price action. Hey, what would I do if it pushes against me this amount? I think it really looking at the chart at MU right now. Okay, if I get into the trade right now, thinking through all of the potential things that could happen here. Right now, we're in a moment of consolidation. This thing could swing back to the upside. The high of days, 950, 850. Okay. Well, at this point, this thing could go right back up. This thing could also be, this thing could go parabolically down in, 10 seconds. So I think it's trying to figure out okay, if it does this, I do this. If it does that, I do this. That to me is really helpful.
CPHI is live. Sorry, real quickly. And I did take that. CPHI is live. Just want to go over that. But yeah, you're all over it, Jesse. Just want to let you. I think this is a good one. I think it's one of the better ones. Even if you didn't think about it, this will be one of the best ones you did on the book of the week right here. That was a good chapter to pick.
Excellent. And that's the other thing too. The great thing about these books is they provide lots of disparate types of trading, different ideas and stuff. So we can definitely cover more of these because everyone is very different in their approach to the markets, to trading, and there's really something I think to be gleaned from anyone, even if they trade different than me or you. There's mentality, psychology, and all of that comes out through each trader. That's a little different.
Yes, it is, my man. And then that's the thing too, where obviously he's built up such a good edge already. But then if you have that issue, but you're a smart little individual, be a quant. Just say, hey, I'm going to have something trade for me, like Michael Noss does. Is my point. He obviously can do his own trading if he wanted to, but he's like, I'm just going to make it much easier even on myself and have this system trade for me, which is really, really cool. So I think that's just the world we're moving to, that you guys can take advantage of that. Kind of like AI, and using that to be able to track and journal and back test all the stuff that you do daily. Take advantage of that. Halted back up. So it just halted right now. So Nigel T Webb, it's halting. So I've got the NASDAQ and I've got an actual, which is really cool. It's actually from somebody that then gives you indicators too, which is really cool. So I'm going to put this in the chat for you guys. This is someone on our Discord that put this together. So here's a free halt scanner right there for you guys to use. So take advantage of that. Click on that. Literally haltscanner.com, and you go to it. It's got you can click on the ticker too, and it shows you where it's going to resumption. It shows you the LULD bands. It gives you a little bit of everything. So have that, use that as well. That's really key. But it's just halting, not suspending. I guess you could say it's the same thing, halting and suspending, but usually it'll have a different code that's not dealing with validity, and it's halting on news, it's pending something, and then it's suspended for X amount of time, and we won't really know when the resumption time will be. Right now, just add 5 minutes, every 5 minutes, and that's why I was right there. I'm ready. I was ready again. I was like, all right, 20, because it halted at 23:12, and so I said, okay, 43, every 5 minutes. I'm like, okay, no. Oh, it's about to go live now. Oh, it's about to go live now. And then finally it did go live there. You gotta wait for it. But nice move there, CPHI. Wish I would have went in bigger shares, but I did not, which is all good. CPHI is not one to pull up now for whatever reason. Entry price right as it's halting down. And then we got right as it went live. I saw that huge wick form, so I'm just scaling out of this play immediately. Boom, 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 boom. Thinking we're going to probably bounce off this wick anyway. My main target was getting back down in the low twos, maybe even into the ones. Regardless, I'll still take it. I call it free money. You're getting in here in the halt down. I know with the spread, you don't get perfect entry, but still, you're getting in at 315. you're taking free money in the 250s and the 230s. Give it to me every single day of the week. I just literally made 60, 70 cents overall most of my shares, and I didn't have to do anything but click a button, my friends and family. I love
That is beautiful.
halting plays when you can trade them. And that was the other one that's halting today. If you like the crazy movers, the one that was moving crazy is ZYBT. She is now done. Don't worry about that one anymore. Let her cook on out. Let her sizzle out, whatever you want to call it. She's done. Put a fork in her. But DFNS, this is the one that Tony was trading. It's now halted up. It's been the other halting type of play today, other than the most recent one in CPHI. Hit that like button. That's right, Tony. Hit the like button, guys. Get 50 likes on today's live stream. We're going to give away a 25K eval on today's Power Hour After Hours earnings stream with Alejandra, Jesse, and Steve. What's up, D-Rider? How we doing? How we doing? Michael earlier said, could Trump push markets back down? Oh, yeah. I think what happens is what you're seeing with the stuff with the war. That's really manipulating the markets a little bit there.
No doubt.
Yeah, he's definitely got some control when it comes to that. More so than POTUS's in past history that I've noticed big time. I think we're just getting that way in the stock market in general, to where little things could really move the market. I never used to see CPI, PPI, FOMC do the things it's done since, like, say, 2023. Since 23 or 2024, big time moves. I mean, talking 6, 7, point swings sometimes when CPI or PPI, comes out, or an FOMC with J Powell. Of course, now we have war, so we'll see how those continue to play out. But yeah, I just 100% Trump can definitely do some, whatever word you want to call it, but he can push the markets for sure. We got DFNS halted up here. T3 defense said, hut. I don't think this has news. I would bet and 100% imagine it does not. Let's look at some. Is this a new IPO play here? Is this new? Is this new here, Mr.
It's
Tony?
a new one.
It looks like a brand new baby.
It is new.
It looks like a brand new
tiny
baby. I would say on the way up, 875 roll likes to come into play. Could move to the 10 handle on DFNS. So this play, keep this on high watch. DFNS. My other play, again, CPHI. This is halted up now. So this one's going to be, I thought this would just dump right on off. I thought once this hit, I saw it gap down, hit here. I'm like, yay, we're going to do the thing and give it all back. We're going to go back to literally the launching pad. And I didn't get that, unfortunately. So what this play does is most likely halt up and halt down. Now she's live. Resume price right there, popping back on up. Let's see if we get a reversal back down into a halt down. I bet that's coming in soon. Traders are going to take their profit. Or we're going to go into another halt up. And I would be most surprised if that we didn't halt and we just ran and had a full candle here, Jesse.
Yeah. It's looking good. It's looking good. That wick on top with being a small cap. Now, large caps are a little different, but when I see that big, enormous wick, it's like that price point, man, we got to get over that little red area right where that wick is, and we got to get over it with some force. Because if not, it would personally scare me to get in from the bullish side. Yeah. Just seeing that it being in the small cap sector.
And the thing, too, like we talked about, so many traders are trapped, so they're just adding in, and they're just like, yay! So when I'm then got it, was not fully surprised. This is exactly what I anticipated, either a halt up. I thought we'd see a rejection and maybe another halt down. This play is most likely going to come up and give all these traders their Christmas in July dreams and get out of their trade, and they'll be like, oh, man, out of that.
Yeah.
That was scary. And
right.
Watch for this to move into this area. But yeah, this is just a halt machine. I'll take my quick little scalpy short on it. Hey, and again, a play that's mostly green and long, it shows you can still short and wear on Trade the Pool. I didn't have to locate shares. And again, that's kind of the same thought process I thought we'd get here, Jess. You see the big candle wick up, we come down,
yep.
We halt down. I thought we'd get more continuation like we had earlier in the day. Did not. That's why I did go in short. So you're asking why, Josh, looks risky. Well, we did this early in the day, team, and I thought we'd do it yet again here and just, knuckle sandwich our way back on down into the ones. That's all good. I'll take my, as I call it, free money. It was new yesterday and sold off. But yeah, right, exactly, yeah. Yep. That's the thing, too, with IPOs. They'll pop up, and then a lot of time you think it's, this is going to be the next barn burner. And then it gives back its gains, so that'll happen. And then eventually you do get the spike. This one just happened way earlier, which is day 2. Exactly, scary stuff to short. Yep, yeah, it is. It just, again, goes back to, like, Taka earlier asking, where do you keep track of your journal, or how do you keep track of your trades, your setups, whatever he, asked. And jokingly, but in a way, I'm truthfully saying in my head. And he said, I knew it. But that, yeah, just because I've seen this so often. I've traded this so much recently. And again, just the likelihood of it, hey, it happened earlier, so let's see it happen again. unfortunately just did not get the continuation on down. So yeah, definitely scary, but it's scary either way, right? I mean, imagine traders out of a 20-minute halt down, traders going long here, you know?
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
you
holding
know,
it back up, falling knife, and and then they catch it, right?
yes, right. I mean, so it's just as risky to think about if you think about going long there. But that's the thing about scalping, especially these micro plays that are sub one. I say sub $5, sub 10. They can do these really volatile, halty plays. Usually it's sub 5-ish. Once you get over 5, and especially closer to 10, you have halting plays, but it's not like halt up, halt down, halt up, halt down, halt down, halt down, halt up, halt up, halt up. It just usually doesn't happen. It's usually sub 5. And that's why most traders, the experts of the world, or the guys that do it for 10, 20 plus years onward, they very rarely even will touch these anymore. It's in sub $5, $1 plays. It's that they're not touching. They don't even look at them.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. MU's trying to get back up to high a day. We've been in this consolidation period, though, for probably a good 20, 30 minutes. But still above that 9 EMA, still looking strong. I'm just kind of watching it, seeing if we can get back up over the 958s. So we'll see what it does with that.
958.
Up over 10% today for MU. So that's nice considering how much red we saw on the tape last week from semiconductors. Nice to see them have a push back up. Nice to see Marvell over $200 today. INTC over the $100 mark. So pretty cool to see that.
Yep, nice bullish moves back up for those semis on tech plays. So nice moves. Nice green day. Of course, we've talked about it. You're long-term on these. You want to see some movement back on up. You have the pullbacks. We get it, but we don't want to be pulling back for too long. We want to go to the moon, baby. And hey, I will say one thing. What was my one goal during this was to what? Hold the VWAP. And not only do I hold the VWAP here, I say you're a part of this too, Mr. Jesse.
Oh, yeah? Yeah.
The SPY. There she goes. New high of day. We're still touching or close to it of new highs anyway. Hey, they're going to be happy with me. I think we've done good, Jesse. We've done good. And man,
we have done good.
I mean, I've got to, at least next time they mention that, Jesse's not new anymore, guys, right? We can start, we are going to start throwing some of this over to Jesse's way, right?
I do think it's funny that Mitch and Michael, man, they're still like, Josh, you got to do it. I'm like, hey, you want to keep throwing it on Atlas' shoulders? Watch him shrug, baby. But, he hasn't yet. He's done really good. Whenever you want me to take a little bit of the load, I'm right there for you, man. I can take some of the weight, some of the load.
I got some good-sized shoulders, but yeah, man, they're just throwing it on. I like it. I like the heat. I've always, hey, growing up watching Jordans and Tiger Woods of the world, hey, put me in a prime moment, and I'm going to shine, baby. I'm going to shine when it's time to shine. Got about 5 minutes left here on the J&J Show. You already know what I'm looking at for the rest of the day. It's going to be VIVK. I'm going to leave I'll look at CPHI, but VIVK, if you want a slow and steady Eddie, you want something that's moving and has some volatile movement, though, to it here and there, it's VIVK. That is my baby for the rest of the morning. So keep an eye on VIVK. That's the one I'll be looking at for the rest of the day. Holding my liquidation area, that beautiful bounce. And now, Snowman, I know you're still around. I just saw you giggle it up. I like this area again now. We've moved back into the 7s and looks to maybe even push higher. I don't think we see lower than 580, at least through lunch hours. This is going to be your next dip area. Look for another touch off this 580 handle or so, Mr. Snowman. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Oh. But here it goes, and here's a sell-off. CPHI.
Hack, I didn't realize it was 340,000 accounts were liquidated in South Korea. I knew it was, was it 1 in 25 or 1 in 30? Wow, that number, 340,000 accounts liquidated in South Korea. That's crazy.
Ouch.
Oh, ouch. Look at that pushing now. Look at it.
You, this the
it did the thing. It's doing the thing.
It's trying to do the thing here. My good gosh, those, my man. This is some crazy volatile Chinese play right here, and this is what you get, team, for small caps. They always say watch out for the Chinese pump and dumps, because I promise you right now, if it isn't by we'll go tomorrow by opening bell sometime in the next 24 hours, this play will find its way all the way back to dirt. It might go as high as 11 or 12, just like ZYBT did yesterday, and here comes ZYBT all the way back down into the 2s today. Hey, we take advantage of them if you know how to trade them. If you have not traded these, please do not with your own capital. Come to Trade the Pool. Go small shares. That's where you need to
Yeah.
come to
And
trade the pool.
speaking of come to trade the pool, hey, we've launched a 48-hour promotion on our Flex accounts right now because of the earnings, big earnings reports this week. So our 50K Flex account, we give you the buying power of 60K. Our 100K Flex account will give you buying power of 120K for our Flex account. So the price and the rules, they remain the same. It just increases your buying power. And this is open to anyone, new traders who have bought Trade the Pool before. So check that out. It's 48 hours only. We increase the buying power. Josh, that's amazing, isn't it? That's a lot of increased buying power for the same price.
No Chick-fil-A sauce?
No, maybe we'll throw in some Chick-fil-A sauce, which I like, by the way.
20K extra if you get the 100K account, 10 plus K extra at the 50K account. You got me. I'm just astonished. My mind's
amazing.
blown. What is not blown is my account. And why isn't my account blown? Because I didn't short CPHI on a brokerage and it blew up on me. Because right now, if you shorted on a brokerage, your account just got blown. But if you traded here at Trade the Pool and you signed up a few weeks ago when we did the buy one, get one, hey, you just blew one account, but we're going to give you some funds for another one, baby. Trade the Pool is where you need to be at if you're trading these volatile movers. She's alted up, Jesse, at 514. Hey, you want a barn burner? You want a barn burner? I got you 464% gainer on the day. That's right, 464%. Working our way to 465%.
Amazing. That's great.
What you looking at for the rest of the day, Jesse? Does it increase the buying power if you pass for the funded 2? No, it's just for the so you have to buy an account. So buy an account for the next 48 hours. You have to buy a new one. So you have to buy something new. And unfortunately, it doesn't increase anything you have currently, because then it would increase what I have, but it does not. You have to, what you buy gets increased. We're trying to get new traders or more traders over to Trade the Pool, and we're teasing you guys of these extra little things that you can get. Last time we did this was, hey, buy a 25K or 50K Flex account. Whenever you blow it, you'll get one for free. So I got one of those. That was around July 4th. We're doing another one right now for earnings. Today, tomorrow, go buy a 50K account. Go buy a 100K account. Within doing that, your 50K gets unlocked bonus power to 60K. Your 100K gets unlocked bonus power to 120K.
It's a great deal. It's a really great deal.
Gotta love, let's see, UT's up today with the price acquisition. Not moving in market, but yeah, another fun one. You'll see this happen from time to time. It's a play gets acquired for a certain price or whatever it might be. And look at this, Jesse. Nothing today, but look at it in pre-market and check the spike. Zoom! And that's what will happen. Yeah, it's just straight up to the acquisition price and then just channels all day long. And yeah, this is some UT's, baby. Barbecue, sour cream and onion, cucumber chips. I bet my wife would love cucumber chips. Or are you talking about truly cucumber chips? You're saying UT's barbecue chips or cucumber chips? Is that you making your own chips with cucumbers? I'm lost on that one. Do you eat chips on burgers? On burgers? I did when I was a kid. I was more of I will do every once in a while a chip in the sandwich for sure. Still do that, whether it's a bologna and cheese. I like bologna and cheese. I'll do a regular like a Lay's potato chip. Those are great in there. And then peanut butter and jelly. There's a lot. I could do Cheetos and peanut butter and jelly. I could do Doritos and peanut butter and jelly. I could do barbecue chips, Lay's potato chips, regular Ruffles, whatever, what have you. But those are my two go-to sandwiches that I definitely like to put some chips in, my friend. That's where the chips come in.
Yeah, brother. All right, man. It's the top of the hour. I'll be back for earnings here with Steve and Alejandra at 3:30 Eastern Standard Time, and I will see you. Will I see you this afternoon? Will you pop in?
I'll probably pop in. If we get to 50 likes on today's live stream, I'm popping in and I'm doing a little shimmy shimmy Cocoa Puff. I'm dropping it like it's hot. I'm twerking, baby.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Yep. Guys, hit the like button. Josh, it's always a pleasure. Chat, always good to see everybody in chat. Always a good time.
Yes, sir. We'll see you guys back later today. Earnings report coming on up this afternoon. What do we got today, Jesse? Today it is, that's right, Interactive Broker. We got a couple different good ones. So nothing compared to tomorrow and Thursday, but today is going to be some fun. We'll see you back later this afternoon. Until then, you guys keep it safe, keep it tight. We'll be back in just a bit. We'll be back. I like it. We'll be back. All right. All right, brother. Yeah,
brother.
I'll hop back on later for sure for just a little bit. Yeah, until then, have a good day, bro.
Awesome, man. All right. See you, Ayush.
Yes, thank you, Ayush. As always, brother. Hey, everybody. Quick hot mic. Okay, we go. Boom, trying to lock it. 404 CPHI S. There you go, VIVK. Cool. Look at T-Web. That's what I'm saying. You just come in my lobby, baby. We got you covered every day. Other cousin, I think, had a good day. Mike was green. You're green, T-Web. I know Trevor's green now from the trade from earlier that we took. Of course, Paxton was boom 2 for 2 out in the first 35 minutes or so after the opening bell. That's great. We did great work today. I'm going to leave CPHI alone. I'm also going to take my break. Starting to get a little hungry. Finally, literally just got stopped out of this play on VIVK here. So I'm 2 for 2 on the day. 1 on CPHI, 1 on VIVK. I was really hoping this play was about to squeeze here. Oh well. You guys got profit on it too, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I'll put some jams on for now. I'm going to take a break and open the door of this room during the summer months because it's already 93 degrees outside. The summer months, this room gets spicy with all the monitors and the computer on. Then the sun starts to set on this side for whatever reason. This room, because it's like the furthest away from the AC, so like it just doesn't get, and it's got the vaulted ceilings. So this should not have been the office. It looks cool for the office. It's got the vaulted ceilings. Guy can look out the front window. Some more natural light comes in. Being it was the worst choice. Should have picked the room with the lower ceilings. That back left room gets great AC. This front right one does not. And it gets stuffy. And I mean stuffy during the summer months. It's annoying. But hey, it is what it is. Music on. I'll be back in a bit. Do a lunch recap before I head out. I got my haircut this afternoon at 1:15 locally. That's 2:15 Eastern. So I need to leave here right around... anyway, so I'm doing the math. But I will be back in just a bit to do a lunch recap. Probably in about an hour. Probably at 1 p.m. on the dot Eastern time because my haircut's 2:15 Eastern time. 1:15 locally, 2:15 Eastern. Back in a bit. J or T Web, J Web, all the webs in chat. Yeah, VIVK still doing its thing. You know, we're still trying down here. Talked about this earlier in the day, getting a bounce play off that area, and I was all over it. Even after I got out of the Trade the Pool live stream, I said that. I told Snowman to look for a bounce play here, and it kind of bounced. It tried, and then it really bounced down here a little, right? So we're still holding, but it just died out. A lot of traders have just run over to CPHI. This play has just gone bananas. No news. 80 cents to 920. We're doing essentially ZYBT all over again. Back-to-back days, we're dealing with Chinese pump and dumps. We made some money on the short earlier, which I thought this play was going to be done at this point and was going to fail out from here. Trader said, no. We want ZYBT round 2. So, there's that little wick-to-wick action right there, right? Seeing that twice today now. Just moving that forward just so you guys can see what will be resistance now. Really getting a little... And if you did get in there at 460, I would have taken it at 5. Or at least I would have taken most off at 5, in my opinion. SPY, nice, good move back on up today. Nothing too crazy. 1% gainer. SpaceX, a lot of the space plays had some really good moves today. ASTS was another one with a good move up. Tesla with the barn burner move early in the day. Really has taken a sideways seat since that, though. AMD with a pretty good move today, too. AMD just hit new high of day recently. All the way up to 543.50 area. Man, I'm so ready to get a haircut. Need that trim. All right, so we have support down below, right around the 450-ish mark. Sweet. All right, sweet. So this is really all we have. It's really slow out otherwise. I mean, there's really not a lot moving. ASTS, they're taking a little lunch break right now. AMD's looking good, like it may want to squeeze and go for more. So what I'm going to do is Tesla just in this sideways consolidation. AMD looks like it wants to ramp and go for more. I was watching some documentary about what were they called? Now SpaceX is on my mind and going to space, not the underwater thing that blew up. Well, Ocean Gate was what it was called or whatever, which is just a terrible name too, especially because all I think of was Watergate, like just bad vibes. Anyway, the little mini sub thing that exploded essentially, or imploded, whatever you want to call it. Getting tight. We are getting really tight here. CPHI. I'm going to stick around for a few more minutes just to see if we get the actual move. We're going to do the damn thing here. What's going on? Oh. Let's go. Go lay down in your bed. Lay down and stop doing that shit. She's fine. She don't need you to check on her. Damn dogs. You're fine. Rook, you're a good girl. You're a good girl, Rook. Out there messing with the cats and the bunny thing that we have set up. The cats are just loving life in it. The cats think it's for them. Boom. And there's your uptrend channel. We'll put the downtrend line too as well. All right. We're getting tight. She's getting tight. Yeah, CPHI could really squeeze and go for more. I mean, I could see it doing exactly what ZYBT did and go that same area. ZYBT went to almost that same area yesterday. So we'll see. She's getting tight into this downtrend. Hasn't made the move yet. I'm going to wait to see if it makes this move. Then it's time for me to go get some lunch. Hut. Gonna have me a leftover cheddar brat that I grilled out on Sunday. Or Saturday, whatever day it was. I don't remember anymore. The days fly by. Put some onion on there, some jalapeno on top. Oh, man. Just a little bit of mustard. Oh, whew. Oh, we're making the move back down. Okay. It's a pullback, she says. We might go into a halt down there. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Thought we might flush through this trend line. We might do it. Let's see if we stay in it. Ooh, right off the trend line. Damn, my trend lines are so fucking marvelous. So marvelasiatos. Yeah, this has just really sucked the mob. If you just go from 10 onward, when this place started to really move, 10 my time locally central, check out here 10 onward here. It literally had one last chance here, and this was before this went parabolic, and right around the top of the hour, around 11 o'clock, 10, we'll call it 10:50 into 11 handle here. This starts to really go to new highs, and look what happens from 10:50 into 11 here. Mob shift. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when the mob shift comes for you? Look at the trend line holding, though. That's sexy sauce right there. You need to go get cat food, too. So that's why I'm not going to do that long of a lunch recap. I got to get cat food. Forgot to have it freaking delivered, and now they're out. I meant to get it yesterday. I actually meant to get it Sunday. My dumbass forgot. Then yesterday we go to feed the animals. No, we're out of cat food. And by the time, I bet I still could have ordered it last night, honestly, and it would be delivered today. But I was already leaving. Just gives me an extra stop in Voltron. I get to drive Voltron a little more. I never get to drive my baby, my dude. That's why I like running errands instead of I get some stuff delivered for sure, but usually it's if I can do it, I'm gonna do it. Just gives me an extra stop, extra length and driving time in my BMW. So pullback so far, we are getting about as tight as we can in this wedge here too as well, team. So I could see the crack finally coming here and we get the halt down. We are candlesticking firming out of it. So let's see if we get more pullback here. All right. Any questions you guys have? You want to go over? I think we know the main areas here. Move that out a little bit. Go. Got our main supply and demand zones really built in. There's a supply. There's going to be the demand, which is support resistance, whatever you want to call it. They're built in now. We are and there goes the pullback. She is now out. Out. VIVK says, out! Out! Oh, man, CPHI, not done. This could fake out breakout here, fake out breakdown right here, and maybe squeeze and go up for more. This is your main stock moving. We're going to go ahead and get rid of the downtrend and trend line. We're kind of working out of this that really tight wedge we were in. I'll go in here and say, hey, we're trying to hold this 6 area as well. As you can see, so those are your main areas, 6, and then the 445 area for CPHI. It's the only thing moving in small caps. Large caps, you've got your watch list out there. Some space plays looking good. Semiconductors looking pretty beautiful today as well. Oh man, all right. I'm taking a break. Just want to get my lunch in. I'll come check back into chat right before I do leave. Just want to pop in here. There we go. There's some more true pullback here. New lows overall in the day for VIVK here. Looking to maybe even go down into the 3s here potentially. ZYBT is done. I'll just go back and check the scanners here to see if anything else did come back onto life. LBJG. Oh my gosh, I forgot that went into the single digits today. What a short that was today. Okay, SLGB back down to 80 cents. It's ugly on the small caps, really. Cool. Just checking. All right, sweet. I'll put some jams back on for you guys. I'll put another resistance line in right here too. Just for now. Kind of about right there. See if we break through that. So now we have our support resistance lines in. Watch for some more movement on VIVK down into the 3s. It looks like it wants to crash down a little bit more. Everything else in the small cap sector is dead and or ugly. I wouldn't touch it. This is the only one really moving today, as of now, at least in the lunch hours, and it's really hectic. You know, it's a little choppier. It still has some movement for sure. We're up freaking 700% on the day. It's just a little sketchier with no news. Another Asian play, Chinese play, pump and dump. We saw it yesterday. Crazy move from ZYBT, going from 60 cents to 11.40. Well, here we are again today, going from 80 cents so far to 9.20, and looks like maybe could be more on the table. I'll put the jams back on. I'm gonna go get me a brat. You guys need to take a break too at some point today. Get you some beverage. Get you a little break off the screens. Go take a walk. Go get your hair cut with AK. To get you some lunch. Get you a little tea break. All right. Get you a little. Go watch The Hawk. If you got Netflix, go put a couple episodes of The Hawk on. You'll definitely laugh. 19? We went to 19? This thing went 2,000% on the day, essentially? Merlin, I need you out of here. Come on, go. Yes, he's in here. Emmy, get out. Okay. Oh, yeah. I got back from finally running errands and getting my hair cut. Alrighty. Alright, let's get it. 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 All right. I have a one 1750. 1750. Whoa. Whoa. That's awesome, man. Good job. Got it here though. It was looking good a second ago. I had it like styled. It's kind of like gotten all hat hairy now, but yeah, it's finally cut. It's nice and long, huh? But it looks good. Damn, we looking fly. No, Domino, guys, I gotta keep this one. She's fine. Good job there, though. T-Whip. The 1750 in from 954. Bro. We're green today, aren't we? We are green. All right, I'm going to be getting my one-on-one. I'll be back here for the closing.